Chapter 1462. As soon as Shui Baochai gave the order, a few subordinates of the Imperial City Guards surrounded Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang's expression changed several times before he finally gave up resisting. "Fine, I'll go with you. The Lu clan won't let you accuse me." Song Qinshu, who was in the dark, frowned. He could tell that Lu Wushuang was hinting for him not to show up. After all, if his identity was exposed, there would be a lot of trouble. He knew that Lu Wushuang had always been reckless, but now she was so considerate and considerate. He couldn't help but feel touched. At this time, the guards had already taken Lu Wushuang away. The other people in the Lu family also received the news. They were all angry and wanted to find the guard of Shanin City for an explanation. Of course, Song Qinshu didn't go with them. He was deep in thought. It wasn't difficult to save Lu Wushuang. It wasn't difficult for him to deal with the guards. What was difficult was what to do next. If he used force to save Lu Wushuang, wouldn't she be a suspect? Then she would be wanted by the court. She would be unable to return to her home and could only hide in the dark. The key is how to clear her suspicion. Song Qinshu thought for a while, and quickly came up with a plan. Shui Baochai brought Lu Wushuang back to the base of the Imperial City Department in Shanin and immediately interrogated her. "That night, did you and your cousin go to Xinyuan?" Lu Wushuang opened her mouth but suddenly thought that if she admitted it, there would be a lot of trouble. As if guessing what she was thinking, Shui Baochai snorted, "You don't need to deny it. We have found a witness and confirmed that you did go to Xinyuan that night." Lu Wushuang raised her chin and said angrily, "Why ask if you know?" "Yes, we went to Xinyuan that night because Bijuan is a good friend of ours. This time, she disappeared, so we went to Xinyuan to find some clues." "Find clues?" Shui Baochai didn't comment on her answer. "Then why did you disappear when the constables arrived?" Lu Wushuang explained, "We were just worried that meeting the constables would cause unnecessary trouble, so we deliberately avoided them." She didn't want to involve Song Qinshu, so she simply ignored some information. "But you didn't return to the Lu Fu that night." Shui Baochai crossed her arms in front of her chest, circling around her and scrutinizing her. "According to the recollections of the soldiers guarding the city, the two of you only returned to the city the next morning. I sent someone to ask the servant girls in the Lu Fu, and they confirmed that you didn't return that night. Tell me, why did you leave the city?" Lu Wushuang didn't know what to say. She suddenly remembered the scene in the stream that night and had an idea. "We went out of the city to take a bath." "Bath?" Shui Baochai's eyes sharpened. "You just found out that your good friend's family was killed. Not only did you not report it to the authorities, but you still have the mood to take a bath? I'm afraid he was covered in blood and went out of the city to destroy evidence." "Nonsense!" Lu Wushuang panicked. "I told you that we're friends with Bijuan. Why would we hurt her family? Maybe you deliberately approached Miss Shin for the secret of the Mandarin duck knife and became friends with her." The suspicion in Shui Baochai's eyes grew stronger. "Is Miss Shin's disappearance related to you?" Because Shun Bijuan was the future crown princess, the Imperial City Department was under a lot of pressure. But there had been no progress in the case. Now that they finally found a clue, how could they not pursue it? Don't slander others. Don't try to frame good people just because you can't solve the case. Lu Wushuang had always been very picky and couldn't help retorting. "Frame?" Shui Baochai snorted. "We found that after you entered the city, you went to an inn in the east of the city and took some things as a gift. According to the inn owner, those things were left by a man and a woman. Are they your accomplices?" Lu Wushuang was secretly shocked. She didn't expect her investigation to be so thorough. She even found out that they went back to the inn to take the things for Song Qinshu and Huang Rong. Shui Baochai moved in front of her and said step by step, "Did the few of you work together to create the massacre of the Shin family? Then you sent them out of the city and came back to remove the evidence?" Seeing that there were more and more flaws in their story, Lu Wushuang suddenly panicked. She subconsciously replied, "We are also victims, okay? When we rushed to Shenyuan that day, the murderer just happened to come out. We were no match for him, so that person gave us poison. Luckily, he heard the bailiffs rushing over and the murderer didn't care about us and hurriedly ran away. The two of us sisters were about to die from the poison, but our friend saved us, so we left the city." Although she was panicking, she was still a bit clever. She told the story with 70% truth and 30% lies. Xue Baochai was indeed moved. "You said that you saw the murderer? What did the murderer look like?" "The murderer was wearing a mask so we couldn't see his face. He was about 30 or 40 years old, and had a tall figure," Lu Wushuang recalled as she described. Xue Baochai quickly ordered her subordinates, "Write it down." After listening to Lu Wushuang's description, Xue Baochai suddenly asked, "What poison were you poisoned with?" With her experience in the Imperial City Department, she knew that if a person lied, many details would definitely be wrong. "I was poisoned by the 99 pill, and my cousin was poisoned by the fire pill," Lu Wushuang answered without hesitation. "This seems to be a poison from the Island of Heroes," a secret agent at the side whispered to Xue Baochai. Although the Island of Heroes was mysterious, the Imperial City Department was a secret agent of a country. They more or less knew some information about the Island of Heroes. Xue Baochai raised her eyebrows. At this time, she already believed 80% of the story. After all, Lu Wushuang was a daughter of a rich family. If she didn't experience it herself, how could she know anything about the Island of Heroes? "But as far as I know, the 99 pill and the fire pill are extremely poisonous. How did you survive?" Xue Baochai continued to ask. "I told you that our friend saved us. That's why we returned to the city the next day," Lu Wushuang answered. "What is the name of your friend? How did he cure these two strange poisons?" Xue Baochai thought that if she was poisoned by one of the two poisons, she probably wouldn't be able to force the poison out. Lu Wushuang snorted. "My cousin's master is the famous Eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi. He is an expert in alchemy. Naturally, her friend is also an expert in this field. What's so strange about curing poisons?" Xue Baochai had also investigated Qing Ying's background and knew that she was Huang Yaoshi's last disciple. She agreed with Lu Wushuang's words, but she didn't plan to let her go so easily. "You still haven't told us who your two friends are. We will find them to verify if you are telling the truth." Lu Wushuang was shocked and hurriedly said, "They have something important to do. I promised not to reveal their information." Xue Baochai wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, a secret agent rushed in and reported, "A masked man appeared in the Shen Garden. He seems to be looking for something." After the incident at the Shen Garden, the Imperial City Department secretly set up sentries near the Shen Garden. Originally, they were just going through the motions. They didn't expect the murderer to come back, but now there was an unexpected surprise. Xue Baochai instantly stood up. "Did you alert him?" The secret agent replied, "No, according to Darren's instructions, everything is being observed in secret." "Good, everyone, follow me." Xue Baochai waved her hand and led the secret agents of the Imperial City Department in the direction of the Shen Garden, leaving Lu Wushuang alone. "What are the characteristics of the masked man?" As they rushed to the Shen Garden, Xue Baochai asked the subordinate from before. "Wearing a mask, tall and slender, about 30 or 40 years old." Following the secret agent's description, Xue Baochai was even more shocked because it was exactly the same as what Lu Wushuang had described. "Everyone, follow him. This time, we can't let him escape." Xue Baochai's eyes flashed with excitement. After investigating the Shin family case, the murderer's foxtail had finally been revealed. Fortunately, the secret base of the Imperial City Department was not too far from the Shin Garden. Very quickly, a group of people arrived at the Shin Garden. The masked man clearly realized that something was wrong and quickly ran outside, coincidentally bumping into Xue Baochai's group. Capture him! Xue Baochai's heart was excited, but her commands were very orderly. The secret agents of the Imperial City Department blocked off all the escape routes of the enemy. The crossbows of the Song dynasty were unparalleled in the world, and the crossbows used by the Imperial City Department were 1 in 10,000. With a group of people pointing their crossbows at the enemy would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Hurry up and surrender, and I'll spare your life. As long as Xue Baochai lowered her hand that was halfway raised, the crossbows would fire 10,000 arrows. No matter how high the enemy's martial arts were, they would not be able to dodge at such a close distance. The masked man gave a cold snort. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the center. In the next moment, everyone found that he had jumped out of the encirclement of the crossbowmen. How is this possible? Not only Xue Baochai, but all the secret agents of the Imperial City Department had the same thought. Could it be that their eyes were playing tricks on them? The masked man did not stop at all. He quickly attacked the crossbowmen from behind to prevent them from forming another encirclement. At such a close distance, the crossbows in their hands became a burden. Screams rang out incessantly, and a large number of the secret agents of the Imperial City Department were instantly killed. Xue Baochai was both shocked and angry. With a shout, she pulled out her dagger and stabbed it at the man, giving her subordinates a chance to breathe and begin to regroup. The two sides exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. The more Xue Baochai fought, the more shocked she became. If it were not for the many experts of the Imperial City Department helping her, she would have already been defeated. The martial arts of the man in front of her were extremely strange. It did not seem to be the martial arts of the Central Plains. It really is someone from the Isle of Heroes. Xue Baochai recalled a scroll about the Isle of Heroes that she had occasionally seen in the past and recognized the martial arts of the other party. But in this moment of distraction, the other party instantly closed in on her. Xue Baochai was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The other party instantly circled behind her and grabbed her neck. "Little beauty, tell them all to stop," the masked man said in a low muffled voice. Unexpectedly, Xue Baochai's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. She reversed the dagger in her hand and stabbed it at her lower abdomen, trying to die with the other party. Looking at this posture, it was similar to the Wu Dang sects living with the heavens and earth. Damn it! The masked man obviously did not expect her to do this. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and caught the dagger when it was only a centimeter away from Xue Baochai's lower abdomen. This masked man was naturally Song Qingshu. In order to clear the suspicion of Lu Wushuang, he simply disguised himself as the murderer that night and appeared in the Shen Garden. As expected, there were also secret agents of the Imperial City Department here. Xue Baochai and the others were also lured here according to the plan. But he did not expect Xue Baochai to be so decisive. She almost died in his arms, which was a great sin. Chapter 1463. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. It would not have been difficult for him to dodge the sword, but he suddenly realized that if he had dodged and left Xue Baochai where she was, she might have been pierced through by the sword. He had only come here to clear the suspicion of Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying, and had no intention of killing them. When he fought with the secret agent of the Imperial Division, he had only made him lose the ability to fight, not kill. He had shown mercy to a man he did not know, let alone a beauty like Xue Baochai, who was famous in his previous life. With a twist of his wrist, the tip of the sword in Xue Baochai's hand was twisted off. Without hesitation, Song Qingshu used the tip of the sword to meet the sword coming from behind him. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Despite the danger, Song Qingshu was still able to neutralize the opponent's attacks. Huh! The person who had come was clearly shocked. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to exchange so many blows with him using only a small part of the sword. By this time, Song Qingshu had clearly seen the person who had come. It was Xue Baochai's cousin, Xue Yiren. Recognizing him, Song Qingshu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer had to deliberately protect Xue Baochai. He reached out and pushed her waist, pushing her toward Xue Yiren like a sandbag. Then, he took advantage of the moment when Xue Yiren went to pick up his sister to use his qinggong to escape. Quick, chase after him. Xue Baochai could only watch helplessly as the clue in her hand escaped. No need. That person's lightness skill is very good. We won't be able to catch up, Xue Yiren said coldly. Brother! Xue Baochai's face was full of self-blame. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been caught by him, he wouldn't have taken the opportunity to escape. This person's kung fu is very high. There's no shame in being caught by him, Xue Yiren said with a frown. Person with such kung fu is definitely not nameless in Jianghu. He should be from the Isle of Heroes, Xue Baochai said hurriedly. She recounted the information she had received and the kung fu that the person had just used. Isle of Heroes? Xue Yi sank into deep thought. Although the Isle of Heroes is said to be miraculous by the people of Jianghu, there are probably only 3 or 4 people who have reached such a high level of martial arts. Second Island Master Long Mu's age doesn't match. Could it be Zhaoda and Qian Er? The Isle of Heroes rarely gets involved in the Central Plains. Usually, it's Zhang San and Li Si who show up. Zhaoda and Qian Er only exist according to rumors. No one has actually seen them. Even our Imperial City Department doesn't have any information on them, Xue Baochai said with a frown. That was only because we didn't have the authority to investigate it in the past. Now that it involves the Crown Princess and the extermination of the Imperial Court's officials, we can use more authority from the Imperial City Department. How can a mere Isle of Heroes fight against the power of the Imperial Court? Xue Yi sheathed his sword with a cold expression. The brother and sister discussed the case as they walked back. When they returned to the stronghold, they discovered that the Lu family had come with the Mountain Yin City Guard. They were clearly here to protect Lu Wushuang. By now, Xue Baochai knew that the murderer was someone else. Adding on the pressure from the Mountain Yin officials, she had no choice but to release Lu Wushuang. The Lu family brought Lu Wushuang back to the mansion. Everyone in the mansion came to greet her. Lu Wushuang finally managed to send them away. She returned to her room and nervously searched around. Brother Song, Brother Song? Lu Wushuang called out in a small voice as she searched. But after calling for a long time, there was no response. Lu Wushuang couldn't help but sit in front of the window in disappointment. Ah, a sad soul, farewell. At this time, a masked person suddenly crawled to the window. Lu Wushuang was about to scream in fright when she heard a familiar voice. Wushuang, why are you sad? Brother Song. Lu Wushuang looked at the other in disbelief. Song Qingshu took off his mask and smiled warmly. Lu Wushuang excitedly jumped into his arms. After a while, she suddenly realized something and raised her head to look at her. Why are you dressed like this? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, It's all because of you. Then he roughly explained what had just happened. As a precaution, after he escaped from the Xue siblings, he did not immediately return. Instead, he purposely ran out of the city. On the way, he purposely alerted the guards. After he shook off the pursuers outside the city, he silently rushed back. This was to give the Imperial City Department a false impression that he had already left the city and completely cut off all relations with Lu Wushuang. It was because he had gone in a big circle that he rushed back now. Otherwise, with his lightness kung fu, he would have returned long ago. No wonder the Imperial City Guard released me so easily. After understanding everything, Lu Wushuang was both impressed and moved. I knew Brother Song would have a way. Song Qingshu was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Someone is coming. Then he flashed behind a screen. Very quickly there was a knock on the door. Seventh Miss. Hearing it was a servant girl's voice, Lu Wushuang said unhappily, What is it? It wasn't easy for Song Qingshu to come. It was rare for the two of them to be disturbed. She naturally wasn't in a good mood. "We've brought hot water and new clothes for you to bathe in," the servant girl outside answered. Lu Wushuang's face was gloomy. "No need leave," the servant girl outside said awkwardly. "This is Old Foreign's idea. Old Foreign said that you went to a place like the Imperial City Guard and your body was contaminated with something inauspicious. You have to use hot water made with grapefruit leaves to wash away the bad luck. Then, you have to change your clothes and burn them." Lu Wushuang opened her mouth and finally answered helplessly, "Come in." In the Lu family, Old Foreign's words were final. Adding on that she had always been good to her, she couldn't refuse. With her permission, a group of maids and old women filed in. Each of them was either carrying hot water, clothes, or grapefruit leaves and flower petals in their hand. Soon, a steaming hot bathtub was set up in the room. "Miss, please change your clothes." After everything was set up, the servant girl came in front of Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. There was a man in the room, even though the two of them had already had physical contact. To be honest, there was still some distance between them. She felt a little uncomfortable. Just as she was in a dilemma, she suddenly heard Song Qingshu's voice in her ear. "Let them leave." Lu Wushuang originally had this intention, so she said to the group of servant girls, "Too many things have happened today. I want to be alone for a while. Leave your things here and leave." The group of people looked at each other and finally agreed. After all, Lu Wushuang was the most favored miss in the mansion. In addition, she had been wrong today, so no one would be so inconsiderate as to offend her. "Yes." The servant girls all bowed. "But I hope Miss can change your clothes first. We will burn them according to Old Foreign's instructions." Lu Wushuang was helpless. Since she was already Brother Song's woman, she hesitated for a moment and finally took off her clothes with the help of a group of servants. However, she still had the shyness of a young girl. As soon as she took off her clothes, she dived into the bathtub, hoping to use the water and flower petals to cover her naked body. Soon, the group of servant girls left. Lu Wushuang bit her lips and grabbed the edge of the bathtub to look at the screen. "Brother Song, are you still here?" Song Qingshu flashed out from behind the screen and said with a smile, "With you here, how can I bear to leave?" Lu Wushuang's face turned red and her body shrank back into the water. "Brother Song, wait a moment. I will be done in a moment." Song Qingshu walked directly to the bathtub. "No rush, it is more interesting to take your time." Lu Wushuang was startled and looked at him in a daze. Song Qingshu leaned on the edge of the bathtub and said with a smile, "You don't mind if I bathe with you, right?" Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise. Her face instantly turned red. How can I do that? Why not?" Song Qingshu smiled. He quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the water. As Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise, he pulled her into his arms. "If you continue to scream like this, you might call back the servant girls." Song Qingshu hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear. His words were more effective than anything else. Lu Wushuang was so scared that she immediately shut her mouth. Song Qingshu revealed a smile of success. "Wushuang, since I am here, let me help you wash away the bad luck." Lu Wushuang's face became hot and she muttered in a small voice, "I feel like you are up to no good." Song Qingshu smiled and didn't argue with her about the verbal advantage. Seeing that she didn't object, he directly took action. He cupped the water and gently poured it over her body. His hand slowly slid over her skin. Both of them trembled at the same time. "A young girl's skin is really soft and smooth," Song Qingshu secretly praised. For a moment, he could not tell if he liked this kind of young girl or those gentle and charming older sisters. They both have their own good points. It is really hard to choose. Song Qingshu thought for a while and decided not to worry about it. This was a dangerous and chaotic world. If he was not careful, he would become a corpse on the side of the road. But at the same time, it was a world full of opportunities. There were some things that he did not even dare to think about in his previous world. In the end, Lu Wushuang's skin was stained with a layer of pink and her breathing became rapid. Not to mention her, even the experienced Song Qingshu's mouth was dry and his body was extremely hot. Previously on Peach Blossom Island, he had some skin contact with Huang Rong. But because of his moral obsession, he had to be a gentleman. There was already an evil fire in his body. Especially after eating a lot of oysters the night before, when he was slightly stimulated by Lu Wushuang's body, his whole body was already unbearably hot. Feeling the change in his body, Lu Wushuang was no longer a young girl who did not know the world. How could she not know what was going to happen? She bit her lips and leaned forward. She picked up a silk handkerchief and handed it to Song Qingshu. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu was startled and did not understand for a moment. Lu Wushuang lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Use this to stuff my mouth in case I can't control myself and make a sound." She didn't even finish her sentence before she was overwhelmed with embarrassment. What happened with Song Qingshu in the stream left a deep impression on Lu Wushuang. She wanted to scream but was afraid of being discovered by the two people on the shore. She could only bitterly endure it. That kind of torture left a lingering fear in her heart and she did not want to endure it a second time. Chapter 1464. Hearing his words, Lu Wushuang's body trembled. Her heart was filled with fear and anticipation. Song Qingshu hugged Lu Wushuang from behind and pressed her against the wall of the bathtub. He gently breathed into her ear, "Have you thought about me during this period of time?" Yes, feeling the man's hot breath behind her, Lu Wushuang's voice trembled. She did not know what was going on with her. She felt that she had carelessly given her body to this man. "Actually, I am very curious. Why did you do that last time? Do you really love me?" Song Qingshu's fingers caressed her tender skin as he slowly asked. Lu Wushuang opened her mouth but could not say the word love. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Do I really love this man? When she thought of this question, Yanggua's face suddenly appeared in her mind. She could not help but become absent-minded. "Sha Dan, do you like Brother Yang more?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and revealed a playful expression. "No, it's not that, it's just that," Lu Wushuang hurriedly explained. In this world, women were in an extremely weak position. Under the oppression of all kinds of etiquette, many things have been engraved into their bones. Now that she was already Song Qingshu's woman, she was thinking of other men. In this world, she was an existence that was spurned. Unfortunately, when she opened her mouth, she did not know how to explain. Tears gradually welled up in her eyes. If not for the fact that there was no possibility between her and Yanggua, she would not have done that in the stream outside the city. Seeing Yanggua is enough to ruin your whole life. You truly live up to your reputation. Seeing Lu Wushuang's nervous expression, Song Qingshu smiled. "Wushuang, you don't need to be nervous. I have seen many women who adore him. You are not the first, nor will you be the last." He wondered how Lu Wushuang would react if she knew that her fiancé had been taken to bed by him. Thinking of Pu Cha Chiu Chao, Song Qingshu felt somewhat apologetic. After all, it was not his wish. If there was someone to blame, it was Tajtisha's fault. Although it was unintentional, it was a fact that he had hurt her. He did not know if the soul transfer technique had completely made her forget that matter. After returning to the Jin Kingdom, he had to make up for it. While he was lost in thought, Lu Wushuang faintly said, "Song, brother Song, ever since you cooled me with that thing, your figure would appear in my mind every day. I would even dream of you at night. As for what happened in the stream, I don't know what happened either." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. This world was so conservative. When he had helped Lu Wushuang lower her body temperature, their skin contact was so intense, normal girls would not have treated it as nothing had happened, and from then on, he had appeared in their hearts. I wonder if Huang Rong has the same effect? Thinking about how he touched Huang Rong's skin more than Lu Wushuang's, Song Qingshu could not help but feel excited. But thinking about it again, Huang Rong was not an inexperienced girl. Her mentality was definitely stronger than Lu Wushuang's. Moreover, she was so intelligent. It would be easy for her to sever her emotions. Sighing inwardly, Song Qingshu stroked Lu Wushuang's soft hair. To tell you the truth, I was also shocked by you in the stream. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. She looked back at him with some bitterness. Brother Song, you are not a good person. I was impulsive at that time. In the end, you did not even refuse. You did not even give me a chance to regret, Song Qingshu laughed. In that situation, a beautiful girl threw herself at me. If I refused, I would not be a man. Lu Wushuang's small mouth curled up. She said with some dissatisfaction, Then if it was any other girl, you would not have refused? Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he replied in all seriousness, Of course not. But in the next moment, he laughed. At the very least, it has to be at the same level as your cousin. You actually have ideas about my cousin? Lu Wushuang was so angry that she was going crazy. She opened her small mouth and bit him a few times. After the two of them played around for a while, Lu Wushuang suddenly sighed. Brother Song, I feel that you are only interested in my body. You do not really like me. Song Qingshu reached out and lifted her chin. Aren't you the same? Lu Wushuang subconsciously wanted to refute him. She opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Now that she thought about it, when they first got together in the stream, it was probably because of her body's instinctive attraction. But what about the yearning that followed? Thinking of this, she could not help but feel wronged. Her eyes gradually filled with tears and involuntarily fell. Silly girl, don't you think that I am now the Prince of Qi? Those princes and nobles in Lin, and have sent me countless beautiful women, but have I looked at them? If I didn't like them, why would I do such a thing to you? Song Qingshu comforted her while wiping the tears on her cheeks. Really? Lu Wushuang blinked her eyes and asked with some joy. Of course, Song Qingshu said with a smile. But what you said is also reasonable. Although we have a good impression of each other, it has not risen to the level of deep love. But I have a fast way to promote the love between us. What way? Lu Wushuang asked. Do you know what is love? Song Qingshu's smile became a little playful. You are so annoying. Although Lu Wushuang was a little girl, she was influenced by the big family and would always know some things. There's a saying that says love isn't something you can say, it's something you can do. Song Qingshu gently lifted her butt and pressed it tightly. Let's create love together. Lu Wushuang shivered, and her skin was dyed with a layer of red. She reached out to put the silk handkerchief in her mouth. Who knew that Song Qingshu snatched it away? Don't use this, I like to see you grit your teeth and bear it. Compared to the mature and charming style of the young woman, the young girl grit her teeth and bear it was equally attractive. If someone heard it, it would be terrible. The voice coming from Lu Wushuang's throat was mixed with a hint of sweetness. Don't worry, if someone approaches, I will warn in advance. Song Qingshu paused and kissed her earlobe. Of course, don't make too much noise. Otherwise, if the entire Lu mansion heard it, I can't do anything. Bad guy. Lu Wushuang snorted and closed her eyes in embarrassment. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu carried Lu Wushuang out of the bathtub. He picked up the clothes on the side and tied her wrists to the bed. Then he covered her eyes with a silk handkerchief. Brother Song, what are you doing? Her movements were restricted, and she couldn't see anything. Lu Wushuang couldn't help but panic. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered. Lu Wushuang's heart trembled and she murmured, Brother Song, you are so bad. The next day, when it was almost noon, Lu Wushuang slowly woke up. Because she was frightened last night, she deliberately ordered the servants not to disturb her and let her sleep a little longer. So, no one came in until now. Otherwise, if they saw her like this, the entire Lu mansion would be in chaos. She pulled off the silk handkerchief covering her eyes and found that the man beside her was gone. She couldn't help but sigh. She vaguely remembered Song Qinshu saying goodbye to her at dawn. Unfortunately, her body was too tired at that time and she could only respond before falling asleep again. Really, why did you leave in such a hurry? Lu Wushuang pouted and snorted with dissatisfaction. But when she saw the messy bed sheets and the silk handkerchief tied to her wrists, her face couldn't help but blush. Last night, her hands were tied and her eyes were covered with the silk handkerchief. Her body was many times more sensitive than usual. Every movement of the other party could cause her soul to tremble. Touching her burning face, Lu Wushuang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Feeling the strong love in her heart, her eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Brother Song really didn't lie to me. Song Qinshu was in a hurry to return to the north. Plus, last night, he found out that Lu Wushuang was going to meet up with Qing Ying. So, he said goodbye to her early in the morning. The evil fire that was ignited by Huang Rong was completely released. Today, he immediately felt refreshed. Especially since Lu Wushuang was a young girl, her pure yin qi was extremely dense, causing his internal energy to be much purer. It seems that the famous female protagonists in the Golden Book have gathered the essence of heaven and earth. Each one of them is of such high quality. Song Qinshu secretly sighed in admiration. He was afraid that the seniors of the Tantric Buddhism who practiced the joyous dhyana did not have such good luck as he did. That was why they often went berserk. Thinking of Lu Wushuang's gentle and moving appearance last night, Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. He thought that he had to find an opportunity to give her a status. He couldn't follow Duan Jingchun's example and abandon her. Song Qinshu went all the way to the north. Because he heard about Murong Jingyue, he didn't directly return to the Jin kingdom. Instead, he went to Yangzhou to find Zhao Min. After a few days, he finally arrived at Yangzhou. Seeing that Yangzhou had returned to its former prosperity, he couldn't help but secretly praise Zhou Jiruo's ability. Although she didn't have much experience, she was still able to manage this place in an orderly manner. He just didn't know how much of it was thanks to Zhao Min. I wonder how the two of them have been getting along. Arriving at the Yangzhou City Guard office, Song Qinshu found out that Zhou Jiruo and Zhao Min were there. He stopped the soldiers from going in to inform them and walked straight in, wanting to give them a surprise. Before he reached the office, he faintly heard quarreling voices coming from the study room. "Hey, your imagination is really poor. It's just like your breast." Song Qinshu was startled. He could tell that it was Zhao Min's voice. He couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Zhou Jiruo's breasts weren't big, they were at least B to C. It had nothing to do with flat breasts. Chapter 1465. Outside the door, Song Qinshu's expression became even weirder. Zhao Min was born into a Mongolian noble family and grew up in the grasslands. She ate beef and drank horse milk from a young age, so the nutrition she absorbed was naturally incomparable to that of a Han woman. In addition, she grew up on horseback and often exercised, so her body was very fit and beautiful, especially with a pair of large breasts. Although she had been tightly wrapped in clothes, the full shape still reminded people of the few times they had accidentally touched her breasts. Although he did not deliberately measure them, they were definitely above D's. "Aya, a person who is as poor as her breast. You're really incurably eccentric." Zhao Min's voice sounded again, and Song Qinshu was speechless. This mockery was really full marks. As expected, the sound of fighting soon came from inside the room, but it ended quickly. Then, Zhou Jiruo's voice carried a hint of delight. Aya, no matter which one it is, it's really big and useless." Song Qinshu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Although Zhao Min was resourceful, her martial strength was far inferior to Zhou Jiruo's. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better for him not to go in for the time being. "Let go of me." Zhao Min said rather angrily. I'm not letting go. Bite me if you dare. Zhou Jiruo's laughter was full of pride. What are you so proud of, you washboard? Zhao Min scolded angrily. As expected, Zhou Jiruo flew into a rage. Fat pig, what did you say? I said you're ugly. Zhao Min did not seem to care about angering the other party at all. An auntie who specializes in producing milk. Zhou Jiruo's snow-white face flashed with a hint of anger. Zhao Min immediately retorted, the body of a child. Don't you feel guilty with Song Qinshu on top of you? Outside the door, Song Qinshu suddenly felt like he had been shot in the knee. What did this have to do with him? He was sitting at home, and the pot fell from the sky. You dead pig who was soaked in water. Zhou Jiruo was almost driven crazy by Zhao Min. You skeleton who was eaten by wolves. Zhao Min naturally did not want to be outdone. Hashtag hashtag and asterisk. The two of them started cursing at each other. Song Qinshu found it both funny and admirable. He really didn't know how these two had so many strange words in their minds. In the end, Zhou Jiruo was no match for Zhao Min. She angrily grabbed her neck. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. I don't believe it. Who knew that Zhao Min didn't take it seriously at all? She looked at her with disdain. For a scheming woman like you who wants to be the empress at this time, you definitely wouldn't do anything to make the surnamed Song hate you, especially when the surnamed Song is fickle and has so many talented and beautiful women by his side. All of them are strong opponents for you. I'm scheming? Zhou Jiruo sneered. A mistress like you who hangs around other people's husbands all day isn't much better. Zhao Min seemed to have been poked in the foot. You bitch! What does bitch mean? Zhou Jiruo was startled. I think it's a word from Song Qinshu's hometown. It has the same meaning as a whore. Zhao Min thought of the word Song Qinshu taught her and said proudly. Zhou Jiruo's face darkened. Mistress! 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 The two women quickly fell into a quarrel again, leaving Song Qinshu in a mess outside the door. He could not help but think of the Winter Horse Gang and Shelley Gang in the White Album 2 online forum in his previous life. Winter Horse Mistress. Shelley bitch. What's with this strong sense of déjà vu? Song Qinshu felt that he could not watch the show anymore. Otherwise, who knew what the two women would do? Cough, cough. Zhou Jiruo and Zhao Min were in the middle of arguing when they suddenly heard a strange cough coming from the door. The two women turned around. At that moment, the expressions on their faces were very complicated. There was both joy and awkwardness. As if they had made an agreement, the two women let go of each other and began to tidy up their clothes that were messed up from the fight. You're back. Zhou Jiruo was his wife after all. At this moment, she was in a position to greet him. However, thinking that he must have seen her performance just now, she could not help but feel embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Humph, did I tell you in advance so that you could be prepared and act like a weak little white flower? Zhao Min took the opportunity to hit her when she was down. She ran to Song Qinshu and began to complain. You saw her for yourself. She's like a tigress. I've been living like hell these days. If you didn't come back, I'm afraid you'd have to collect my corpse in the future. Zhou Jiruo was so angry that her teeth itched. However, now that Song Qinshu was here, it was not convenient for her to use the force that she was best at. She could only stare at him. Obviously, Zhao Min understood all this. She hid beside Song Qinshu and looked at her proudly. She couldn't help making a face, which almost made Zhou Jiruo explode with anger. Song Qinshu was speechless and said awkwardly, You're exaggerating. Jiruo has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I don't see any scars on your body. After all, Zhou Jiruo was his wife. No matter what, it was not convenient for him to side with an outsider. Zhao Min exploded in an instant. What sharp tongue but soft heart? It's obvious that she has a soft mouth but a sharp heart. The reason why I don't have any scars is because of my intelligence and intelligence. I can barely keep myself safe. Ahem, if Girois has done anything wrong to you during this period, I will apologize to you on her behalf. Song Qingshu had no choice but to say. This time, Zhou Girois couldn't take it anymore. Why should I apologize to her? I didn't do anything wrong. Similarly, Zhao Min didn't accept it. Humph, she should apologize to me. What's the point of your apology? Hearing what she said, Zhou Girois' eyes lit up. She ran directly to Song Qingshu and hugged his arm. He is my husband. Isn't it reasonable for a husband to apologize to his wife? If you are dissatisfied, you can ask your man to stand up for you. You. Zhao Min was instantly speechless. This was her biggest weakness now. Okay. I came back this time for something important. Song Qingshu knew that if he got involved in the battle between the two women, he would probably die without a corpse left. Thus, he very wisely diverted their attention. Hearing that they were talking about serious matters, the two women's expressions became serious. First, tell me about the situation in Yangzhou. Song Qingshu said to Zhou Zhiru. Zhou Zhiru nodded and slowly replied. During this time, we thoroughly cleaned up the Jiangnan Green camp. First, we solved the problem of unpaid salaries. Song Qingshu was startled. How did you solve it? It should be known that unpaid salaries were the most common problem in ancient society. For example, in an integrated army of 10,000 people, it was actually very good to have 70% of the people. Most of the time, there were only 3,000 to 5,000 people. Of course, the imperial court naturally distributed the rations according to the quota of 10,000 people. The extra was naturally divided among the generals and their confidants. In ancient times, there were very few famous generals who could not receive unpaid salaries. Only a few people like General Yu could receive a full quota. Even a famous general like Han Shizhong was a big one who received unpaid salaries. However, Han Shizhong was fine. Although it was very bad for him to receive unpaid salaries, he had the ability to maintain the combat strength of the troop. He was much better than the other generals who only received unpaid salaries but did not get paid. On the day of payday, we have the soldiers line up one by one and hand them to them and register, Zhou Zhiru replied. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Good idea. But this is too hard on you. It's not hard at all. Zhou Zhiru pursed her lips and smiled. When she saw the pouting look on Zhao Min's face, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss Zhao came up with this idea. Song Qingshu turned to look at her. As expected of the princess who is as quick-witted as a fox. Humph. Zhao Min raised her head arrogantly and said to Zhou Zhiru, It's only because I'm here that you don't dare to take my credit. I'm not that despicable, Zhou Zhiru replied coldly. Is that so? Zhao Min deliberately dragged out her tone, and the suspicion in her eyes made Zhou Zhiru almost go crazy again. All right. Seeing that the two were about to start a fight again, Song Qingshu hurriedly interrupted. By the way, Zhiru, how many soldiers were there in Yangzhou in the end? Zhou Zhiru replied. Previously, Li Keqiu claimed that there were 100,000 soldiers in the Green Camp under her command. But after counting, it was far from that number. The phenomenon of them eating without pay was extremely serious. In addition, many of them escaped from the previous battle and the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were excluded. After calculating it, there were only about 38,000 soldiers. Including the troops of the Golden Snake Battalion you left last time and the new soldiers I recruited, there are only 50,000 soldiers now. That's not a small number. No matter how elite an army is, it doesn't matter how many there are. Unlike Zhou Zhiru, who was depressed, Song Qingshu was more satisfied with this result. Moreover, he knew very well that victory or defeat had nothing to do with the number of soldiers. For example, the Song dynasty had millions of imperial soldiers, but wasn't it still famous for being weak? They were beaten by tens of thousands of elite Jurchen soldiers until they cried for their parents. Moreover, if there were too many soldiers, the soldiers' pay was also a big problem. Because of the war with Manchuria, the Ming dynasty spent more and more soldiers' pay, but they could only increase taxes on the poor peasants, which further ignited the domestic peasant uprising. In the end, the Ming dynasty died because of internal and external troubles. Zhao Min obviously agreed with his point of view. Yes, the quality of the soldiers is more important than the quantity. In the previous expeditions to the west, our Mongolia swept the plains of Eastern Europe with a few 10,000 soldiers. In the war with the Jin Kingdom at Wild Fox Ridge a few years ago, the enemy had 300,000 soldiers, so what? In the end, they were completely defeated and wanted to surrender the world's most powerful country. Speaking of the glory of the Mongolian Empire, Zhao Min had a very proud look on her face. Yes, yes, yes. You Mongolians are powerful. Mountain city of Chongqing and Xiangyang city can't do without your heroism, Zhou Zhirua said in a strange tone. The Mongolian Empire had dominated the world for all these years, but they only lost Prince Menk in Diaoyu City. They also suffered heavy losses in Xiangyang City for many years. Obviously, Zhou Zhirua said this to deliberately mock Zhao Min. Sure enough, Zhao Min was provoked and angrily said, "Surnamed Zhou, are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Zhou Zhirua spread out her hands and said innocently, "I'm just speaking the truth. Is the truth making life difficult for you? Why are you so narrow-minded?" Seeing Zhao Min's pretty face flushed red with anger, as if she was about to explode at any time, Song Qingshu felt that he was really in the middle of a battlefield. All right, each of you talk less. 50,000 soldiers are enough, but we have to completely disrupt their organization and at the same time, insert our own people in the middle and lower rank. Some people don't even think of this. Zhao Min looked provocatively at Zhou Zhirua, finally regaining some ground. But with me here, of course these things will be solved. Chapter 1466. Zhou Zhirua remained unmoved as she faintly said, "Without me, you wouldn't be able to display your skills, no matter how capable you are." Her words made Zhao Min's fist hit empty air, and she felt stifled in her heart. Song Qingshu felt his scalp go numb as he thought that asking the two of them at the same time was his biggest mistake. He should have talked to each of them in private. Seeing that she had gained the upper hand, Zhou Zhirua looked at Zhao Min with pride before reporting to Song Qingshu as if she was asking for credit. "I've already looked through the resumes of the officials in Jianghuai, and there are many who are corrupt. But considering that Yangzhou has just been annexed, we have to focus on stability. Our focus is still on controlling the army, so we've only made some minor adjustments to those officials. Aside from a few especially disgraceful officials that I killed to warn the others, we haven't touched the rest. We'll slowly settle the score with them after everything has stabilized." Well done, stability is indeed the most important thing right now. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Min in surprise. "You came up with this too? The princess is truly an all-rounder." Zhou Zhirua's face darkened, while Zhao Min couldn't help chuckling. "I'm asking for credit from you, but I never thought that you'd directly give the credit to this princess. He looks like I'm smarter and more reliable than some people in your heart." Feeling the killing intent behind him, Song Qingshu felt a chill down his spine and instantly changed his words. "But Zhirua, you're even more amazing to be able to command such a powerful person to work for you." Hearing his words, Zhou Zhirua's face looked better, but Zhao Min's face darkened. "What about taxes?" Song Qingshu secretly wiped his cold sweat and quickly changed the topic. "Taxes are more troublesome." Zhou Zhirua frowned. "Although Jianghuai is rich, most of the land is concentrated in the hands of the gentry. Unfortunately, the previous tax policy gave preferential treatment to those with scholarly honors. The gentry could reduce a lot of taxes, and many poor farmers would attach their land to the gentry to avoid taxes. Over time, it's easy to be annexed by the gentry. The tax collected is much less than the actual amount of land. Land annexation? That's a necessary stage in a feudal society. It's normal. Song Qingshu began to ponder. Although he understood the inevitability of this, he still had to think of a way to solve this problem. He did not want to go to war without pay and follow in the footsteps of Chongzhen. Actually, it's easy to solve this problem, Zhao Min suddenly said. How to solve it? Zhou Zhirua had been having a headache over this problem recently, so she asked subconsciously. Raising her chin, Zhao Min's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. Beg me. Zhou Zhirua's breath stopped, and she directly turned her head away, choosing to ignore it. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Princess, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. Seeing that you have a good attitude, I'll teach you a few things. Seeing that Zhou Zhirua was saying that she was ignoring it, but was actually listening attentively, Zhao Min's smile was very bright. Our Mongolian Empire has a vast territory, and taxation is also a big problem. In the beginning, we improved on the taxation method of Yuan people, but the effect wasn't very good. Later on, the Han people came up with an idea and invented a new method of taxation, which is to raise the tax rate to a very high level. TSK, what good idea did I have at that time? Zhou Zhirua sneered. If we raise the tax rate, won't the lower class people revolt? Why are you so impatient? I haven't finished yet. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at her and continued. This tax rate is very high, and it's true that ordinary people can't afford it. However, the imperial court will set up an organization that can issue loans to the people to pay the tax. At the same time, they will extend the repayment period appropriately. Of course, the longer the repayment period, the higher the interest. Won't this make life difficult for the people? Won't they still revolt? Zhou Zhirua frowned. Of course not. Zhao Min suddenly laughed coldly. The lower class people are animals that are content. As long as there is a choice, they won't revolt. The imperial court is lending them money to give them a choice. Isn't this multi-layered exploitation? Zhou Zhirua was very unhappy. You Mongolians are really vampires. So what? Zhao Min did not care at all. The weak are prey to the strong. This method may seem inhumane, but the tax we collect is 10 times more than what you Han people do. The Mongolian treasury is full, and we can organize a stronger army to conquer more countries. Rude barbarians. Zhou Zhirua snorted. She had to admit that there was a reason why the Mongolians were so powerful. Song Qingshu had a strange expression when he heard this. The imperial court borrowing money from the people to pay taxes. Why did it sound like a mortgage in the future? The princess's plan is very reasonable. Song Qingshu praised Zhao Min and suddenly changed the topic. But this method is too advanced. If we're not careful, we can easily kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. It might not be a problem in the short term, but after a decade or so, all kinds of problems will occur. When that time comes, the people won't be able to survive, and the country will be in danger of collapsing. There were many economists, mathematicians, and political geniuses in the future who were calculating the model of the real estate market. Even so, there were occasional economic crises all over the world. In today's world, Song Qingshu did not believe that there were so many scientists who could solve this extremely complicated financial system. At most, the people in the past had just started to get involved in this field. They were still trying to figure out all the experience, and there would definitely be many big problems in the future. Historically, Mongolia had adopted the tax policy of the Hui people. In the beginning, they did enjoy some benefits, but later on, there was a serious upheaval, and they had to give up on this method. Although Zhao Min was smart, she was still limited by the times. She felt that this tax method was very effective. She told Song Qingshu everything, but he did not appreciate it. She could not help but feel angry. Humph, you think this won't work, and that won't work. Looks like you have an idea? I have a few ideas. Let me think about it first. Song Qingshu's mind was racing, and he did not notice the change in Zhao Min's emotions. Seeing that he was taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Min snorted and turned her head. She decided not to give this B***starred any ideas in the future. Zhou Jiruo, on the other hand, was in high spirit. It was obvious that she was happy to see this situation. Song Qingshu did not notice the undercurrent between the two women. He began to carefully think about the tax problem. The first idea that came to his mind was to beat up the local tyrants and divide the land. The path that Taizu had taken back then proved to be practical and effective. It brought out the enthusiasm of the vast number of farmers, and it would explode with terrifying power. However, he quickly dispelled this idea. It was not the right time yet. The reason why Taizu was successful back then was because of internal and external troubles. China was facing an unprecedented change in 1,000 years, and it had reached a point where there could be no construction without destruction. In this world, the scholar official class controlled a large amount of wealth. At the same time, almost all the talented people came from the gentry class. If they were completely offended, they could just escape to other countries. In addition, the gentry class also controlled the public opinion. At that time, he would really become a butcher. It must be known that Li Zicheng's mistake was not far away. Chongzhen did not make a move on the gentry in the capital even when he was out of ammunition and food. In the end, Li Zicheng plundered tens of millions of silver from the gentry families when he entered the city of Beijing. Although he felt good for a while, he was regarded as an irreconcilable enemy by the scholar officials of the world. On the contrary, the Manchurian Qing treated these gentry very well. Therefore, they all became the leaders of the Manchurian Qing. Because the gentry's clans were very powerful in their local areas, with them as the vanguard, the Manchurian Qing was able to sweep the world with tens of thousands of Eight Banners army. Song Qingshu still needed the gentry class to help govern the place. He needed the support of the gentry class to conquer the world. After all, the peasants in this world did not have any culture at all. It was possible to count on them to become roving bandits and loot, but it was really impossible to count on them to do great things. He did not want to become Li Zicheng, so he could only give up the tempting idea of the future. Do you have any ideas or not? If not, use mine. Zhao Min waited at the side. Seeing that he did not speak, she suddenly became a little impatient. Of course I do. Song Qingshu had already sorted out his thoughts and directly replied, we can use the method of never increasing taxes and spreading the people's land to work together. What do you mean? The two girls looked confused. Song Qingshu explained, I used to be just a common person. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to consider the lives of the common people. Never increasing taxes is mainly to reduce the burden of the common people. Of course, it is also to win the hearts of the people. In the future, when the common people of other countries hear that we are going, they will greet the imperial army with food. Zhou Jiruo had also lived at the bottom of society in the past, so she strongly agreed with his idea. That's right. Now that the world is in chaos, the common people are faced with all kinds of exorbitant taxes and levies, and they often have to raise taxes. They have long been suffering unspeakably. Qingshu, it is really admirable that you can think of them. I also like it very much. Zhao Min could not help but say sourly, anyone can have a reputation, but if you want face, you can't have substance. If you don't increase taxes, when the time comes, there will be no money and army pay, and you can only be trampled on in the disputes between the various countries. Maybe there will be another Song Xianggong in history. So this can only be solved by spreading the people to work on the land. Song Qingshu explained unhurriedly, in the past, the tax was collected by the head tax. The number of people paid the tax according to the number of people. However, often the poor people have a few people in a family, and the gentry have a dozen people in a family. The wealth of the two sides is countless levels apart, so it is unreasonable to calculate the tax according to the number of people. If the tax is paid according to the number of acres of land owned, then not only can it reduce the burden of the poor people, but it can also greatly enrich the national treasury, and the tax collected will be far more than before. It was the Qing dynasty that never increased taxes and allowed people to enter the fields. Although the Qing dynasty's weakness towards the Han Chinese and later the Western powers became an indelible black mark, from the perspective of a feudal dynasty, some of its systems were much better than many of the previous dynasties. Chapter 1467. Zhou Zhiruo was still thinking, but Zhao Min's eyes lit up. Yes, it's a good idea, but there are two problems. First, such a tax policy will greatly harm the interests of the gentry. How will it be implemented? Song Qinshu said coldly. What's the use of the 50,000 elite soldiers we raise? What's more, now that we have the prestige of a great victory, those gentry will not dare to resist. Zhao Min nodded and also thought that his idea was feasible. Then there's the second problem. If you do this, you will definitely offend the majority of the gentry. What if they run to other countries? You should know that there are many countries now, and they don't necessarily have to stay under your rule. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Don't worry, the gentry class also has its natural weakness. Their power and roots are here. If they move to another country, they will definitely lose a lot of wealth, and the connections they have accumulated before will disappear. These losses may not be less than the taxes they have to pay according to the requirement. What's more, if they move to other countries, it will definitely harm the interests of the big families in those countries. The other party will definitely make things difficult for them. Therefore, unless we want to kill them all, they will never move. It should be known that when the Western Jin dynasty was in chaos and Yongjia moved south, except for those families who were particularly close to Sima Yu and Sima Rui, the remaining real top families, such as the Qinghe Chui clan and the Fanyang Lu clan, did not move south at all. And those families that moved south also had a fierce power struggle with the local gentry in Jiangnan. With history as a mirror, Song Qinshu was so sure. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, the ancestral graves of those great clans are still here. Zhou Zhiruo suddenly added in a chilling tone. Zhao Min looked at Song Qinshu and then looked at Zhou Zhiruo. She couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes I have to sigh that you two are really a match made in heaven. One eats people without spitting out the bones, and the other is cruel and merciless. Zhou Zhiruo raised her eyebrows. For the first time, she didn't get angry. Instead, she pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Song Qinshu held her hand and said softly, Zhiruo, I just mentioned the general policy. As for how to implement it, I'll have to trouble you. Even though they had been married for so long, Zhou Zhiruo still blushed when he held her hand. However, she suddenly reacted and looked at Zhao Min provocatively. Then, she replied in an extremely gentle voice, Qingshu, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task you have entrusted to me. After all, we are husband and wife. Hey, I really can't stand you guys. You guys are so mushy. Can't you see that there's someone else beside you? Zhao Min shuddered and rubbed her arms exaggeratedly. You guys go ahead. I'm going out first. He didn't wait for their response and walked out without looking back. She walked aimlessly to the back garden. Her relaxed expression suddenly collapsed. She sat on the swing and kicked the stones on the ground in annoyance. It's really annoying. Why do I have to steal a man from that surnamed Zhou every time? As soon as she said this, she was stunned. She looked around guiltily. Seeing that no one heard her, she let out a long sigh of relief. However, thinking of her own worries, she couldn't help but sit on the swing in a daze. Meanwhile, Song Qinshu and Zhou Zhiruo were affectionate for a long time. They told each other what happened during the time they were apart. They didn't separate until a subordinate came to report government affairs. I have to deal with business. You must be tired from the journey. Go to the room and rest. Zhou Zhiruo gently tidied up his clothes. Then take your time. Seeing her serious expression, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He kissed her cheek and walked out of the study. Perhaps it was because Zhou Zhiruo lost her father at a young age and grew up in a place like Mountamay. She had to compete with many of her martial sisters for Abbess Miju's favor. As a result, she always had a sense of insecurity in her heart. At the same time, she developed a strong personality that was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Perhaps it was because she thought of Audiobook and the other competitors. She also wanted to make some achievements to prove herself, so she forgot to eat and sleep and threw herself into the government affairs in Yangzhou. Although she didn't have any experience, she was smart. In addition, she had Zhao Min and a series of subordinates to assist her. Now she was gradually able to handle things with ease. But husband, you're still busy with business when you're back. Can't you get intimate with me first before going to do it? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh at some of the plots in the original work. In a sense, Zhou Zhiruo and Yu Lingshan were the same type of people. They were both very serious and focused on business. However, whether it was Zhang Wuji or Ling Huchong, they both had romantic personalities. Naturally, they preferred women like Zhao Min and Ren Yingying, who were tired of business and were more interested in romance. However, Song Qingshu didn't look down on Zhou Zhiruo in the slightest. With her personality, what he needed the most right now was this kind of serious wife to help him deal with all kinds of government affairs. Along the way, Song Qingshu's mind was in a whirl, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the back garden. Suddenly, under the afterglow of the setting sun, he saw an incomparably beautiful girl hugging her knees as she sat on a swing not far away. Her body was half leaning against the ropes on both sides, and the ropes outlined her graceful figure. However, at this moment, the young girl was staring at the distant north in a daze. Her beautiful face was filled with melancholy. Homesick? Song Qingshu walked to Zhao Min's side and asked softly. Zhao Min seemed to be startled awake. She turned back to look at him and snorted coldly. Aren't you at Zhou Zhiruo's place accompanying her? I'm worried that you're taking things too hard, so I came to see you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but despise himself for being a glib talker. It was obvious that Zhou Zhiruo had to deal with business, and he had no choice but to leave. Yet, he made it sound so nice. TSK, who wants to see you? Zhao Min snorted, but her expression softened a lot. Are you homesick? Song Qingshu grabbed the swing and repeated the question. Zhao Min's eyes turned red, but she quickly concealed it. So what if I miss home? So what if I don't miss home? You won't let me go anyway, so why would I look for trouble? Don't make it sound so pessimistic. You make it sound like I'm treating you like a prisoner and bullying you. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. Isn't that the case? Song Qingshu held his breath and was somewhat speechless. After all, to a certain extent, Zhao Min was now imprisoned by him. Actually, I came back this time to bring you back to the north. Song Qingshu coughed twice and hurriedly diverted her attention. Zhao Min's eyes lit up, but she quickly curled her lips and said, You still have a tigress at home. It would be strange if you would let me go with you. Song Qingshu was speechless. It seemed that Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiruo were born to be incompatible. After fighting each other for so many years, they didn't miss any opportunity to hurt each other. I'm taking you away for serious business, Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. I found news about Murong Jingyue. What? Zhao Min suddenly sat up straight. Where is that bastard? Over the past year, she had been tortured by the three-corpse brain god pill. Although it hadn't acted up, she shuddered at the thought of such a thing lurking in her head. Especially girls, they had a natural fear of insects, so every day was a bit of a torture. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, I can't tell you now. I don't want you to go to him impulsively and alert him. Didn't you want to go with me? How could you alert the enemy? Tell me. In the end, Zhao Min even pulled his arm and began to act like a spoiled child. It could be seen how deep her resentment towards Murong Jingyue was. The main thing is that I have to go back to the Jin Kingdom. I can't go with you until I finish my business there. Song Qinshu suddenly closed his mouth and almost said the word Liao. Back to the Jin Kingdom? Zhao Min frowned and asked, is it because of the Song dynasty's northern expedition? How do you know? Song Qinshu was surprised. After all, the Song dynasty was preparing for the northern expedition in secret. He only got the news because he was in a high position. Humph, the Song dynasty's army has been moving frequently recently. They are gathering at the south bank of the Yangtze River. Even a pig can see that they are going to attack the north. Zhao Min said disdainfully. Song Qinshu couldn't help thinking that most people in the world had become pigs. Do you think everyone is as smart as you? Obviously, the Song dynasty is serious this time. What are you going to do when you go back to the Jin Kingdom? Zhao Min had already known that he pretended to be Tang Quobian in the Jin Kingdom. Now that the whole world knew that the power of the Jin Kingdom was in the hands of Tang Quobian, she naturally knew what Song Qinshu was going to do when he went back. Of course, Song Qinshu didn't tell her that the Jin Kingdom's emperor had been replaced. After all, the new emperor was from the Mongolian camp. He was worried that she would leak the secret. Different situations call for different actions. The Song dynasty is very good at defending cities, but they are not good at attacking in the field. Song Qinshu was full of confidence a moment ago, but the next moment, he looked at Zhao Min with a smile and said, "Of course, I still need your help. Help me plan." Zhao Min curled her lips and said, "Why should I help you?" Song Qinshu tidied up his clothes and pretended to leave. He said, "It's okay if you don't want to help me. Then you stay here and continue to accompany Zhiru. I will come to pick you up after I finish the business in the Jin Kingdom." Zhao Min's expression changed. She hurriedly stopped him and said, all right. I will help you. You win." Song Qinshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Is Zhiru so scary?" Zhao Min snorted and said, "If it were in the past, I wouldn't be afraid of her. But now that I am a prisoner, I don't have enough power to use. No matter how smart I am, I can't overcome the absolute gap in strength. I am exhausted these days." "Can't you get along with each other?" Song Qinshu said helplessly. Zhao Min looked at him strangely and smiled playfully. She said, "You really have some dirty thoughts." Song Qinshu's face reddened and he awkwardly changed the topic. The two chatted for a while in the back garden. Time passed unknowingly. Suddenly there was a light cough behind them. The two turned around and found Zhou Zhira looking at them with an unfriendly expression. "Time to eat." Zhou Zhira snorted and turned to leave. Chapter 1468. Song Qinshu held his breath and subconsciously looked back at Zhao Min, only to find that she was winking at him. That moment of flirtatiousness really made him feel like he had been electrocuted. Zhao Min giggled and said, "Your one is jealous." But no matter how you looked at it, her voice was gloating. "What a vixen!" Song Qinshu cursed in his heart. He had to sigh that no wonder Zhao Min was so popular in the original work. Her charm was really not fake. Soon, the three of them gathered at the dining table. Song Qinshu sat at the head of the table, while Zhou Zhirua and Zhao Min sat on his left and right. From the point of view of an onlooker, the two stunning beauties on his left and right side were really enjoying the bliss of having two wives. But only Song Qinshu understood how torturous it was to sit between them. Feeling as if there were sparks in the air, Song Qinshu coughed and deliberately shouted in an exaggerated manner, "Wow, this chicken leg is shiny and fragrant. It must be delicious. I'm just hungry." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of chicken leg in the air. But before he could put it back into his bowl, the two women handed their bowls to him at the same time as if they had agreed on it. Song Qinshu's body stiffened. He really wanted to give himself a big slap. If you want to eat it, you should eat it quietly. Why do you have to be so high profile? Now it's over. I asked my husband to put food in my bowl. What are you doing? Zhou Zhihua squinted at Zhao Min and then asked Song Qinshu coquettishly, Qinshu, it's natural for a husband to put food in his wife's bowl, isn't it? Yes, yes. Song Qinshu was speechless. The chicken leg in his hand gradually moved towards Zhou Zhihua's bowl. Wait. Zhao Min moved the bowl in her hand forward. I've helped you so much in Yangzhou during this time. Even if I don't get credit, I've worked hard. What's more, Qinshu will need my help when he goes to the Jin Kingdom. What's wrong with asking him to get me a drumstick? After saying that, he looked at Song Qinshu with a smile and said, Qinshu, don't you think so? Yes, yes. A chill ran down Song Qinshu's spine. He looked at her white teeth, which were clearly delicate, but at this moment they seemed to be emitting a cold light. Qinshu, why are you calling me so intimately? Zhou Zhihua's face darkened as she said angrily. Zhao Min didn't care at all. Isn't his name Qinshu? How about I call him Big Brother Song, Big Brother Song? You. Zhou Zhihua almost choked to death by her words. All right. Song Qinshu secretly wiped his cold sweat. He directly stuffed the chicken leg into Zhou Zhihua's bowl. Then he quickly picked up a piece of lamb chop from the table and gave it to Zhao Min. Your Highness, you grew up on the grassland. I think you're more used to eating lamb. Unexpectedly, the smile on Zhao Min's face disappeared instantly. She put the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said, I don't want to eat lamb today. Zhou Zhihua was very unhappy when she saw her husband picking food for her. However, when she saw Zhao Min's current appearance, her anger turned into joy. Qinshu, you're so nice. As she said that, she used her shoulder to nudge Song Qinshu next to her. Humph! Zhao Min suddenly stood up and turned to walk outside. Your Highness, where are you going? Song Qinshu hurriedly asked. I can't eat, so I'm going out to relax. Zhao Min answered without looking back. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly, but the smile on Zhou Zhihua's face became even brighter. However, Zhao Min suddenly stopped when she reached the door. As if she had thought of something, she turned around and sat back down. Why did you come back? The smile on Zhou Zhihua's face instantly froze. Zhao Min picked up her bowl and chopsticks again to eat. As she ate, she answered in a muffled voice, Because I've thought it through. There's no need to use other people's mistakes to punish myself. When the time comes, I'll be the one starving. Zhou Zhihua's breath stopped. However, when she saw that the other party was focused on eating and clearly didn't intend to pay attention to her, her interest waned. She snorted and also began to eat. In this strange atmosphere, the three of them finished their meal. In order to avoid a repeat of the shuraba, Song Qinshu hid in the study room to look through the various documents in the Jianghuai region. Zhao Min had clearly lost the mood to bicker with Zhou Zhihua. After chatting for a while, she returned to her room. Zhou Zhihua changed into a set of casual clothes and sat by the side, occasionally answering some of Song Qinshu's questions about official matters. It was a different kind of fun. After understanding the affairs in the Jianghuai region, it was already late at night. Song Qinshu got up and stretched his waist. Zhihua, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Oh, Zhou Zhihua, who was previously quite capable and experienced, suddenly blushed. Song Qinshu walked over and hugged her waist with a smile. We're already an old married couple, why are you still shy? Who's an old married couple with you? Zhou Zhihua rolled her eyes. I'm still very young. Yes. You're young, but I'm already old. I'm just an old cow eating young grass. Song Qinshu laughed. You're so annoying, Zhou Zhihua's heart was stirred by his words. Song Qinshu took the opportunity to carry her. Where's your room? Show me the way. After leaving Yangzhou, Zhou Zhihua and the rest cleaned up a new place and moved out from the previous temporary residence. So he didn't know where his wife's room was. Ah, put me down! Zhou exclaimed. She was embarrassed and anxious. What if someone sees us? If someone sees us, then so be it. Everyone knows that you're my wife. It's not like we're an adulterous couple. What are you afraid of? Song Qingshu didn't stop. He carried her and walked out. You really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Zhou was so angry that she kept punching his chest. If you're afraid of being seen, show me the way quickly. We'll go into the house soon. Otherwise, it'll be easy for everyone to know if we're fooling around outside, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Zhou blushed. Sure enough, she quieted down instantly. She pointed in a direction and said, That way. All right, Song Qingshu strode forward as if he was in a hurry. Be careful, don't let anyone see us. Otherwise, how will I be able to raise my head in front of them in the future? Zhou nervously grabbed onto her husband's clothes and said in a panic, Don't worry. As Song Qingshu was speaking, a few servant girls suddenly appeared in the corridor. Zhou was so scared that she almost cried out. Fortunately, Song Qingshu reacted quickly. His figure flashed and he hid behind the fake mountain at the side. I think I saw something just now. Because Song Qingshu was too fast, the servant girl only felt her eyes blur. She didn't have time to see what it was. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? The other servant girl didn't look in front of her just now. Now that she saw nothing, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Maybe. The servant girl from before wasn't sure either. Soon, the few of them left. In the dark, Zhou finally let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but slap Song Qingshu's chest angrily. Put me down. Didn't you not see us? Seeing her face blushing, Song Qingshu found it particularly interesting. How could he bear to put her down? If I'm seen. Zhou opened her mouth and deliberately put on a fierce expression. I'll bite you to death. Bite? Song Qingshu's expression was strange. You're welcome to bite me. Zhou had been with him for so long. How could she not know his dirty thoughts? She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. You really are a bastard. Thank you for the compliment. Song Qingshu carried her and strolled in the courtyard. Then, they dodged two groups of servants. Zhou was scared witless. That's right, why didn't I see Li Yuanji this time? Song Qingshu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Previously, he was dizzy from Zhao Min and Zhou quarrel, and now he was looking forward to this matter. It must be known that previously, he had sent Li Yuanji back to Yangzhou to look for her father. Can we go back to the room and ask? Zhou nervously looked around, afraid that her embarrassed appearance would be seen by others. No, I want to know now. Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry for Li Yuanji. Although Li Yuanji was also a weird little demoness and might not be at a disadvantage against others, whether it was Zhou or Zhao Min, they were both demonesses who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Li Yuanji really didn't have the slightest chance against the two of them. Zhou was very smart and good at reading people's expressions. As soon as she saw his expression, she guessed what he was thinking. Don't worry, she said snappily. I didn't hurt your delicate and lovely Yuanji Mimi. She is now in Shandong. Shandong? Song Qingshu was stunned. Zhou explained. Her father, Li Kexiu, has been in Jianghuai for many years. His power here is deeply rooted. I'm worried that leaving him here will cause some people with bad intentions to have thoughts that they shouldn't have. So I might as well transfer him to Shandong and put him under house arrest. This way, those schemers in Yangzhou won't be able to use his name and prestige to do anything. Yeah, well done. I didn't think it through before. Song Qingshu recalled that in the future, there would often be a rotation of generals to prevent the army from becoming a private army. Li Kexiu had been the boss of Jianghuai for so many years, so leaving him here would indeed be a hidden danger. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and carry me into the room. Zhou instantly panicked when she vaguely heard someone's voice not far away. All right, Song Qinshu hugged her, and they quickly entered her room. Closing the door, Song Qinshu swept the things on the table to the side and placed Zhou Zhiruo on it. Zhou Zhiruo's heart jumped. She had more or less guessed what he wanted to do. Her charming face seemed to be smeared with rouge, but she was also faintly looking forward to it in her heart. Song Qinshu undid her belt with familiarity and reached his hand between her thighs. Suddenly, a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. Zhiruo, you just said that you don't want it on the way here, but in the end you're so aroused. Zhou Zhiruo was so embarrassed that she turned her face away. She simply wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was indeed very afraid on the way here, but she didn't know if it was because of the uneasy feeling of danger that her body was several times more sensitive than usual. Even though it wasn't a long journey, she was already surging with passion. Song Qinshu liked to see her shy look. Entering her body while she was bashful was a very pleasurable experience. Zhou Zhiruo's body trembled, and she instantly wrapped around the man on top of her like an octopus. I want a child. Zhou Zhiruo's face was flushed as she shyly said in Song Qinshu's ear. Okay. Song Qinshu actually had the same intention. After all, with the expansion of the territory and the increasing number of subordinates, having children would also make everyone feel at ease. As the main wife, Zhou Zhiruo naturally had to be the first to conceive. It was a simple word, but it was more effective than any words of love and aphrodisiac. Zhou Zhiruo's body became softer and softer, and she embraced the man on top of her more gently. Chapter 1469. It turned out that in order to prevent Zhao Min from escaping, Zhou Zhiruo had arranged for her room to be next to hers. In this way, the two of them could work together during the day and monitor her at night. She would be able to notice any unusual movements in time. Because of the fear on the way here, Zhou Zhiruo had forgotten about this. As a result, Zhao Min next door suffered. She was lying on the bed feeling upset. Suddenly, shameful sounds came from next door. She was startled for a moment before she understood what was going on. Her face turned red. She curled up in the quilt and even picked up a pillow to cover her head. However, the sound waves coming from next door were extremely penetrating. It made her feel upset and angry at the same time. I'll endure, endure. Zhao Min didn't understand why she was so upset. Unfortunately, the two people next door seemed to be going against her, and their voices became louder and louder. What a horny hussy! Zhao Min secretly spat. She thought that Zhou Zhiruo usually had to pretend to be an ice beauty, but now she was so unrestrained. She was really shameless. Originally, she planned to endure it, but after a long time, the sound waves next door didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She finally got angry. Like a cow. She was already upset, and after being incited like this, she finally erupted like a volcano. She ran to the next door and banged on the door loudly. You guys can do it, but why do you have to make such a big noise? How can the people next door still sleep? It's Zhao Min. Suddenly startled, Zhou Zhiruo in the room couldn't stop trembling. She was a little panicked. Song Qinshu, on the other hand, had a subtle expression on his face. Zhou Zhiruo was startled, and her whole body was trembling. Waves of energy surged through her body. That feeling was indescribable. I'm talking to you. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Zhou Zhiruo was a little anxious. Zhao Min is Zhao Min. It doesn't matter. We are a real husband and wife. Are you afraid that she will catch us in the act? It seemed that it was not the first time for Song Qinshu to encounter this kind of thing, so his reaction was much calmer. Get up. Zhou Zhiruo tried to push the man away, but her hands were pressed against the table instead. Why are you getting up? She can listen if she wants to. Song Qinshu moved closer to her ear and gently exhaled a breath of hot air. Zhou Zhiruo, on the other hand, was ashamed and resentful. At this time, Zhao Min's voice sounded again from outside the door. Surnamed Zhou, don't you have any shame? You're shouting louder than those girls. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will go in the opposite direction. Zhou Zhirua was originally in the wrong and extremely embarrassed. However, after being repeatedly humiliated by her sworn enemy, she exploded. From Miss Zhao's tone, it seems that you have been here before. Zhao Min, who was outside the door, was stunned and immediately became furious. The other party was insinuating that she had been a prostitute in a brothel. She could not bear it, so she raised her leg and kicked the door. Surnamed Zhou Yu, her voice stopped abruptly. Because she was impulsive, she did not consider the consequences. However, at this moment, when she kicked the door, she saw that Song Qinshu was pressing Zhou Zhirua on the table and doing that shameful thing. With a scream, Zhao Min instantly turned around, and her face instantly turned red. Shameless and immoral. Both of you are not good people. This time, Song Qinshu immediately became angry. Princess, it is ethical for us to be intimate with a husband and wife. It can't be more normal. On the contrary, it doesn't seem too appropriate for you to barge in. Who asked you to make such a loud noise? Zhao Min said in a panic. At this moment, her mind was filled with the scene of Song Qinshu pressing Zhou Zhirua's body, and her whole body became unnatural. Seeing Zhao Min barging in, Zhou Zhirua's mind went blank, and she almost fainted. It was not until she heard the conversation between the two that she gradually came back to her senses. She hurriedly tried to push Song Qinshu away, but unfortunately, her hands were tightly pressed by him, and she could not move at all. What made her even more crazy was that at this moment, the other party was actually moving slowly. Seeing Zhou Zhirua's expression that was about to go crazy, Song Qinshu used secret voice sending to say, "Don't worry, she can't see it. Moreover, you are also guilty, so she will be even more excited." After thinking carefully, Zhou Zhirua also felt that it was somewhat reasonable. Anyway, things had already come to this point. If she put on a shameful expression, she really would not be able to raise her head in front of Zhao Min in the future. Humph, rushing in so quickly, are you in love? Want to sleep with our Song Qinshu? If you want, just say it. I can lend him to you for a night. Although Zhou Zhirua was extremely embarrassed, at this time, she deliberately said in a deliberately mocking tone. Really? Hearing this, Song Qinshu was overjoyed, but the response to him was the other party's fierce glare. No matter how bold Zhao Min was, after all, she was also a young girl who was not married. How could she compare to Zhou Zhirua, who was already a wife, who was already very open? She was incomparably flustered by a few words from her. Shameless! After scolding, Zhao Min did not dare to stay for a moment and ran out in a panic. On the way, she even staggered a few times. Feeling that her legs were soft, she became even more embarrassed and ran out regardless of everything. Are you satisfied now? When Zhao Min's figure disappeared outside the door, Zhou Zhirua glared at the man on top of her. Satisfied with what? Song Qinshu pretended not to understand. Just now when I came in, not only did you not let go of me, but you also pressed me even tighter. If this is not your bad taste, then what is it? Zhou Zhirua rolled her eyes at him, but her expression was extremely coquettish. Don't you like it? Song Qinshu smiled wickedly. The body's reaction can't be faked. Embarrassed, Zhou Zhirua directly raised her head and fiercely bit his shoulder. After the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, the two of them lay on the bed. Song Qinshu told her that he was going to the Jin kingdom. Suddenly, Zhou Zhirua frowned and said, Is Zhao Min also going with you? Because she was now weak, her tone was extremely lazy, so the words that should have been full of murderous intent did not sound cold at all. Instead, they sounded a little more charming. Holding her waist, Song Qinshu gently stroked her skin with his hand. Well, the main thing is to find the whereabouts of Murong Jingyue. Because of my mistake, she was poisoned by the 3-corpse brain pill. If I don't detoxify her, I won't feel at ease. In addition, there are many military and national affairs to deal with in the Jin Kingdom this time, so I need her to help me plan. Actually, you don't have to explain so much. Zhou Zhiruo sat up straight and held Song Qingshu's cheek, showing her perfect figure in front of him without reservation. My man is a great hero who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Why would I stop you from saving her? Looking at her beautiful black hair scattered messily on her snow-white chest, the sharp contrast between the two colors made Song Qingshu's index finger twitch. If not for the fact that he still had business to discuss, he would probably not be able to restrain himself. Seeing how you two quarreled so much during the day, I thought you didn't want me to save her. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Although we quarreled, I should save her, but… Zhou Zhiruo changed the topic. But after getting the antidote from Murong Jingyue, don't rush to give it to her. Why? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Zhou Zhiruo explained. Zhao Min knows so many of our secrets. Now that she has a favor to ask of you, she will naturally not betray you. But if the poison in her body is cured, she may not be so obedient. She is also a Mongolian princess. If she leaks our information to the Mongolians, we will suffer heavy losses. Okay, let me think about it. Song Qingshu answered vaguely. In fact, he did not want to believe that Zhao Min would betray him, but reason told him that he could not pin everything on some illusory trust. Zhou Zhiruo also understood his thoughts, so she did not continue to persuade him. She directly nestled in his arms and enjoyed the aftertaste of bliss. When do you plan to leave? Zhou Zhiruo asked. Tomorrow. Song Qingshu answered. So soon. Zhou Zhiruo's voice was full of hidden bitterness. They had just reunited, but they had to separate again. Anyone would have some complaint. I have no choice. The Song dynasty's northern expedition is imminent, and I was delayed because of some matters. Song Qingshu looked apologetic. After all, he had spent too much time on Huangrong, and now he only spent one day with his wife. It was somewhat unreasonable. Okay then. Let's focus on the important matters. Zhou Zhiruo sighed faintly. Suddenly she thought of something. Oh yes, if you take Zhao Min to the Jin Kingdom, won't your power in the Jin Kingdom be exposed? Currently, she only knows that I am Tang Quobian. As for Emperor Wanyan Shui, I will try to hide it from her. This was a serious matter, and Song Qingshu did not dare to completely trust Zhao Min. After all, if she knew that Wanyan Shui was also one of his men in disguise, with her intelligence, she could easily guess that there was something wrong with Kangxi in Yanjing. If this information was leaked back to Mongolia, it would be unimaginable. I heard that Tang Quobian's wife is unparalleled, the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. Doesn't that mean you have all the women in the world? Zhou Zhiruo suddenly said faintly. Song Qingshu's scalp went numb. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. There was bound to be a lot of jealousy. Gobai loves her husband deeply. I promised Tang Quobian that I would take good care of her on his behalf. Don't talk about other things. Zhou Zhiruo's mouth twitched with a hint of mockery. Don't tell me that you didn't take care of her in bed. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and did not know how to reply. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhiruo changed the topic. Qingshu, I am not blaming you. On the contrary, I think you have done a good job. Ah. Song Qingshu looked suspicious. He felt that she was being sarcastic. Zhou Zhiruo smiled. You are thinking too much. The Jin Kingdom is very important. If you can't make her your woman, I can't rest assured that you will leave the situation there to her. In fact, it is not enough to just get her into bed. Only by having a child with her can the two of you be completely bound together. What you said makes sense. I am actually speechless. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Although these words were probably Zhou Zhiruo's true thoughts, she was only analyzing it from the perspective of the big picture. If she were to analyze it from the perspective of a woman, she would probably not feel good at the moment. As expected, Zhou Zhiruo felt a little sour in her heart. She could not help but mumble in a low voice, "You said that I should get pregnant earlier. Now that we are separated more often than not, when will I be able to get pregnant? In that case, let's hurry up." Song Qingshu smiled and flipped over to mount her again. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhihua could not help but exclaim. Her pretty face blushed again. "Making a baby." His words made Zhou Zhihua's tensed body instantly soften. Song Qingshu kissed his wife gently and pressed on her again. Chapter 1470. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" Song Qingshu asked in surprise. "You already know the answer." Zhao Min fiercely glared at him and walked away without looking back. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment and then realized what she meant. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. She really touched my sore spot. If I asked her like that, I would be asking for a beating. Hey, wait a minute. Thinking that he still had something to tell her, Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after her and put his hand on her shoulder. "What's wrong?" Zhao Min looked back at the hand on her shoulder and asked in an unfriendly tone. Song Qingshu withdrew his hand and smiled embarrassedly. "Are you done packing?" "Packing for what?" Zhao Min looked confused. Didn't I say I would take you to see Murong Jingyue and go back to the Jin Kingdom on the way?" Her reaction made Song Qingshu speechless. "Oh, I forgot." Zhao Min finally reacted, but she quickly showed a look of shame and anger. She glared at him and said, "It's all your fault." As she spoke, she walked back to her room. Song Qingshu followed behind and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's none of my business." "How is it none of your business?" Zhao Min looked at him angrily while packing. "Last night you two were shameless and made such a big noise. I couldn't sleep well last night. I can't help it. I was born with a special talent," Song Qingshu said proudly. Zhao Min blushed and spat softly. Shameless. She was a girl after all, so she felt a little uncomfortable talking about these things with a man. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and had a strange expression on his face. "Since you felt that you were disturbed, why didn't you sleep in another place yesterday? Why did you stay here and suffer? Did you want to eavesdrop out of curiosity? Nonsense. It's all because of your Zhou Zhihua that I have to live next to her so that she can watch over me. I'm like a prisoner in this mansion. I can't even get out of this courtyard. Where can I go?" Zhao Min said angrily. However, she felt a little guilty because the other party's words had more or less hit the nail on the head. Although she was embarrassed and angry yesterday, she did have a lot of curiosity. She secretly pricked up her ears to listen, but it didn't take long before she couldn't take it anymore. "Okay, let's go." Because of her guilty conscience, Zhao Min randomly packed a few clothes and stood up. "You only brought these clothes?" Looking at the small bag, Song Qingshu asked in surprise. "Anyway, with a sucker like you accompanying me, why would I bring so many things?" Zhao Min rolled her eyes. "When the time comes, I'll let you buy whatever I need." Song Qingshu felt a toothache. No one's money grows on trees. "Don't pretend to be poor in front of me." Zhao Min casually threw the bag to him, indicating for him to help carry it. "You have thousands of li of fertile land in Shandong, and you were conferred the title of Prince of Qi by the Song dynasty. You also secretly control the Jin Kingdom. If you don't have money, then there aren't many people in the world who have money." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and directly chased after her. "Because the territory is big, there are also many places that need money. Just look at the amount of money that the army consumes every day. I still want to find a chance to dig up some treasures. Roaming King's treasure, Mount Looting's treasure, Emperor Liang's treasure. I have to find a chance to dig them all out." Hearing the word treasure, Zhao Min's eyes also lit up. "Count me in when the time comes." "No problem." The two chatted for a while, and the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. Seeing that he directly brought her out of the city guard mansion, Zhao Min was stunned. "You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to tell Zhou Zhihua?" The two of you have feelings for each other. Song Qinshu smiled. Don't worry, I already told her last night. She's sore all over and can't get up, so she won't be sending us off. Originally, Zhou Zhirua also wanted to accompany him to the Jin Kingdom, but it was a pity that there would be no one to oversee the Jianghuai territory. Adding on to the fact that they were about to change the tax policy, it was a difficult task that she couldn't attend to. Although she was unhappy in her heart, she could only watch as Zhao Min and her husband went together. Hearing his words, Zhao Min's face changed and she coldly snorted. Pervert! You keep calling me a pervert, but when have I ever perverted you? Song Qinshu was also very depressed. Being called a pervert so early in the morning, he felt that it wasn't a good start. You didn't? You? Zhao Min subconsciously said, but she swallowed her words halfway and said, Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm hungry, let's find a place to eat. Song Qinshu had fought fiercely all night and only ended at dawn. Now, he also felt a little hungry. Hearing this, he found a seat at a small stall and asked for some steamed buns, porridge, soy milk, and the like. The two of them began to gulp down the food. The buns of this era are really thin and thick, without any fake. Thinking about those unscrupulous merchants in his previous life, Song Qinshu couldn't help sighing. At least the food in this world was original, without any messy additive. How are we going? Are we going to the Jin Kingdom on foot? Halfway through their meal, Zhao Min suddenly realized a serious problem. Don't worry, I've arranged for horses at the city gate. We can just go and get it when the time comes. Song Qinshu replied. Can we change to a horse carriage? Zhao Min suddenly asked. A horse carriage is too slow. Song Qinshu frowned and said, You grew up in the Mongolian grasslands, yet you don't like to ride a horse. Instead, you want to take a horse carriage? It's all because you were too noisy last night. I didn't sleep well last night, so I want to sleep in the horse carriage for a while. Zhao Min got angry at the mention of this. Song Qinshu wisely raised his hands in surrender and said, Okay, let's change to a horse carriage. After fighting for the entire night, he was actually a little tired, so it was good to rest in the horse carriage first. After the two of them finished their breakfast, they quickly arrived at the west gate of Yangzhou. They had the soldiers find a horse carriage and, of course, a few more horses. After all, they were in a hurry to go to the Jin Kingdom. It was fine to rest in the horse carriage first, but they couldn't ride the horse carriage the entire way, that would be too slow. In order to curry favor with Song Qinshu, the commander at the city gate specially arranged for a few soldiers to escort them. Song Qinshu originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought that he also needed to sleep later, it would be good to have someone to drive the carriage, so he agreed. Just like that, the two of them sat in the horse carriage and slowly drove out of Yangzhou City. After getting on the horse carriage, Zhao Min yawned and couldn't help but stretch. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep first. Her action of stretching made her unusually full chest even more perfect, and Song Qinshu's eyes were glued to it. Noticing his gaze, Zhao Min looked down and her cheeks quickly turned red. She angrily said, Where are you looking? You'll be looked at if you're beautiful, you should be happy. Song Qinshu smiled embarrassedly. Zhao Min was speechless at his shamelessness, and with a face full of suspicion, she said, You won't take advantage of me while I'm asleep to do strange things to me, will you? Am I so unbearable in your heart? Song Qinshu was speechless. Don't worry, I tossed around all night yesterday, and now I'm in sage time. Even if I wanted to do anything, I wouldn't be able to. Sage time. Zhao Min had never heard of this word before, but she was extremely smart and could roughly guess the meaning with just a little context. She couldn't help but spit, pervert. Song Qinshu shrugged and also found a comfortable place to lie down in the horse carriage. When Zhao Min saw this, she immediately became anxious. What are you doing? Let's sleep, Song Qinshu said as he adjusted his posture. Then where do I sleep? Zhao Min was anxious. There's so much space in the horse carriage, can't you just find a place to sleep? Song Qingshu replied indifferently. But, Zhao Min looked at the space in the horse carriage. It wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. If she were to lie down, it would feel like she was sharing a bed. It's not like we haven't slept in the same bed before. Why are you so shy? Song Qingshu saw through her thoughts at a glance and said teasingly, Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Who has slept with you before? Zhao Min snorted a little guiltily, but in the end she still couldn't fight the strong sleepiness, so she reluctantly found a place to lie down. Because she was worried that she would touch Song Qingshu's body, she tried her best to stay in the corner, distancing herself from him. When Song Qingshu saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. He was too lazy to say anything and just went to sleep. At first, Zhao Min was worried that Song Qingshu would do something, but soon she heard a light sound next to her. It was obvious that Song Qingshu had fallen asleep. This bastard tossed and turned last night, no wonder he fell asleep so quickly. Zhao Min cursed with a red face and quickly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the wheel of the horse carriage was knocked by a stone on the road. Zhao Min subconsciously woke up. Just as she secretly opened her eyes, she found that Song Qingshu's face was close to hers, and she subconsciously wanted to scream. But she quickly noticed that it was her sleeping posture that was hugging him, and not him hugging her. Her face turned red and she forcibly stopped screaming. Zhao Min was born on the grasslands, so she naturally wasn't as quiet and delicate as the noble ladies of Jiangnan. She usually slept carelessly. The noble ladies of Jiangnan had been bound by all kinds of rules since childhood. Once they made a mistake, they would be punished, so they practiced from a young age to pay attention to their manners when they slept. But in Mongolia, Zhao Min was surrounded by rough men, so no one cared about this, so Zhao Min's sleeping posture was more open. You got lucky. Zhao Min carefully withdrew her hands and feet from the other's body. Feeling the movement on his body, Song Qingshu also woke up. Seeing Zhao Min's rosy cheeks, he couldn't help but ask curiously, What's wrong? Nothing. Zhao Min turned around and tidied up the messy clothes on her body. I'm awake. Oh, I'm also almost asleep. Song Qingshu got up and stretched. Suddenly, he lowered his head and sniffed the clothes on his body. Hey, why does it smell so good? Zhao Min's heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly said, Since you're awake, teach me martial arts. Song Qingshu didn't react for a moment. This topic seemed to jump a bit too much. Zhao Min also felt that it was a little abrupt, so she hurriedly explained, You've seen it. I'm always bullied by Zhou Zhirua just because her kung fu is higher than mine. Once she gets angry, she will attack me. I don't want to be controlled by her like this all the time. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, If your martial arts is as high as Zhirua's, and with your intelligence, won't you always bully Zhirua to death? Zhao Min snorted, You underestimate your family's woman. She is more cunning than anyone else. Song Qingshu still shook his head resolutely and refused. No, how can I teach you martial arts to bully my own woman? I'm not that kind of scumbag. Qingshu, brother Song. In order to suppress Zhou Zhirua in the future, Zhao Min gritted her teeth and directly hugged his arm, shaking it while acting coquettishly. Her voice was usually clear and crisp, but now she deliberately acted coquettishly like honey. Song Qingshu's heart beat wildly when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, It's useless no matter how sweet your mouth is. I have always taught martial arts to my own woman. You're not my woman, why would I teach it to you? No matter how thick Zhao Min's skin was, at this time, she couldn't say anything to make him her woman. However, she has always been cunning, and her eyes turned, and she immediately came up with a plan. Yesterday, she was full of confidence when she made the bet with the author, but today, the result was that only 114 people downloaded and registered. It seemed that she had most likely lost the bet. Previously, in the public account, She had agreed that if the number of downloads reached a few thousand, she would continuously update 10,000 words for a few days. She originally thought that she would die of exhaustion, but it seemed that it didn't even reach 10,000 words. However, today, the monk would still update 10,000 words to thank the enthusiastic readers for their support. Chapter 1471. Although I'm not your woman, but... Zhao Min changed the topic and moved closer to Song Qingshu. Do you think I'm beautiful? Song Qingshu was stunned. What was she playing at? But in the end, he still nodded. Your Highness, you're as brilliant as a rose and as beautiful as a peach. If you're not beautiful, then there's no beautiful woman in the world. Although she knew that his words were filled with flattery, when Zhao Min heard the words, as brilliant as a rose and as beautiful as a peach, she was still very pleased. Then what do you think of my personality? Passionate as fire and willing to give up everything for love. You're the ideal wife for any man. Song Qingshu wasn't lying. In his previous life, Zhao Min's popularity on the internet had far surpassed that of Zhou Zhiru. In fact, both of them had their own merits in terms of appearance and intelligence. The reason why there was such a big difference was that Zhao Min was willing to give up her glory and wealth for love. She was even willing to betray her own country. But Zhou Zhiru sacrificed her love to a certain extent for her own career. A woman desperately threw herself at the male protagonist, while the other did things that harmed the male protagonist's interests for her own benefit. From a woman's point of view, she would think that Zhao Min was too much and had no soul of her own. On the contrary, Zhou Zhiru had the advantages of a modern woman. But from a man's point of view, he still preferred women like Zhao Min who gave up everything for love. Zhao Min was very satisfied with his answer. She didn't continue to ask about his intelligence because she often heard people say, "Then what do you think of me? Do you like me?" Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. You're not asking me to marry you, are you? Tui Zhao Min spat and blushed. Just answer the question directly. I think you're pretty good. Who wouldn't like someone like the princess? Song Qingshu praised. But right now, the world is in chaos. A beautiful woman like me is wandering in the martial world. If I were to encounter a thief with evil intentions, something unimaginable would happen. You don't want such a tragic thing to happen to me, right? Zhao Min pretended to be pitiful as she spoke. Song Qingshu was speechless. So this was what he had been talking about. You are the Mongolian princess. Usually you have a large group of highly skilled fighters with you. Now that you have me by your side, what do you have to worry about? Zhao Min curled her lips. Although the masters in my residence are not bad, there are many talented people in the world. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Song Qingshu knew that she was talking about the attack by the people of the Isle of Heroes in the ruined temple. There were so many highly skilled fighters on the Isle of Heroes. Even if Zhao Min had many powerful fighters by her side, they would not be able to protect her. Now that I'm by your side to protect you, I don't believe that anyone in the world can hurt you. Song Qingshu's tone revealed a strong sense of confidence. Zhao Min pouted. You can't protect me forever. So what if I protect you forever? Song Qingshu was so excited that he almost blurted it out. However, he was no longer the reckless young man he used to be. In the end, he did not say it out loud. After all, he could not protect her all the time. There would always be times when he could not be there to protect her. Just teach me some martial arts. If you are worried that I will learn how to bully Zhou Zhiru, then teach me martial arts for escaping. That way, when I face danger, I will have a unique skill to protect my life. Zhao Min blinked her big eyes. Her voice was very sweet and coquettish. All right. I'm scared of you, Song Qingshu said helplessly. Zhao Min's eyes lit up. She put her hands together in front of her chest and patted her chest. She was very happy. Wait for a second, Song Qingshu said to Zhao Min. Then, he opened the door of the carriage and said to the driver, "Stop the carriage." After the carriage stopped, Song Qingshu pulled Zhao Min out of the carriage. He said to the soldiers, "You guys go back to Yangzhou City. We will continue on our way. Leave a few horses here." Previously, the two of them were too tired and needed to rest in the carriage. Now that the two of them had woken up, the soldiers had completed their mission. There was no need for them to stay. After all, he could not openly go to the Jin Kingdom this time. It would be too obvious if he had these soldiers with him. On the other hand, he subconsciously wanted to be alone with Zhao Min. It would be weird if there were a few extra third wheels. "Yes, Your Highness." The soldiers did not try to be brave. After all, they had seen Song Qingshu descend from the sky and subdue Li Keqiu. If they were to be with him, they would not know who would be protecting who when there was danger. Soon, the soldiers drove the carriages back to the city. Song Qingshu pulled Zhao Min to an open space and said, "Although your martial arts are good, you are still far from being a peerless master. If you want to have the ability to protect yourself in any situation, the best way is to learn a peerless qigong. I just happened to get my hands on the wave-like subtle steps recently, and it can be said to be unparalleled in the world when it comes to moving and dodging." "Wave-like subtle steps?" Zhao Min repeated it. "Is it the lightness skill of Duan of Dali?" She used to deal with Jianghu affairs for Ruyang Mansion and collected a lot of information. Duan Yu's lightness skill played a lot of roles in Jianghu. That's right, this is the lightness skill that he knows. However, this lightness skill comes from the mysterious carefree sect. Song Qingshu roughly explained the origin and advantages of this lightness skill. Zhao Min nodded slightly and said, "Back then, the Crown Prince of Dali didn't know Kung Fu, but he was able to turn misfortunes into blessings. The effect of wave-like subtle steps is obvious. Wave-like subtle steps is a footwork in name, but it actually tests one's internal energy. If one's internal energy is not enough, it is easy to be possessed by the devil." Song Qingshu was about to explain the essence of wave-like subtle steps to her, but Zhao Min interrupted him. "I don't want to learn this." Song Qingshu was stunned and asked, "Then what do you want to learn?" Wave-like subtle steps was the standard lightness skill recognized by almost all time travelers. It could be seen how top-notch this lightness skill was. In the whole world of the Golden Book, it was one of the best. "What is the lightness skill you are best at?" Zhao Min suddenly asked. "My current lightness skill is so good mainly because of my profound internal energy. But all the foundation is still the traceless sand steps I learned in the beginning." Song Qingshu answered. "Traceless sand steps?" Zhao Min's eyes lit up. "The one that the stinky bat from the Ming dynasty knew?" Song Qingshu was speechless, but he still nodded in the end. "Yes. Traceless sand steps was indeed the green-winged bat king Wei Yixiao's famous unique skill." "Then I will learn this," Zhao Min said excitedly. "Why?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Wave-like subtle steps and traceless sand steps are both lightness skills of the same level. In terms of movement and evasion, wave-like subtle steps is better, and it is more suitable for women to practice. I want to learn the same as you." Zhao Min looked at him quietly with a faint smile on her lips. Looking at the incomparably beautiful girl in front of him, who seemed to have a suffocating beauty, Song Qingshu's breathing quickened a bit. "I boast that I am good at flirting with girls, but I didn't expect the princess to also be an expert at flirting." Zhao Min's face was bright red, and she said with a bright smile, "Have you been flirted with by me?" Looking at the beauty's sweet smile, Song Qingshu couldn't help but lean over and kiss her tender red lips. Because his movements were too fast, Zhao Min couldn't react at all. Feeling his lips, her eyes couldn't help but widen, and at the same time, her heart was beating fast. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and Zhao Min gradually closed her eyes. She didn't have her usual high spirits, and she was completely bashful, waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. But just as she closed her eyes, the scene she saw in Zhou Jiruo's room last night suddenly appeared in her mind. At the same time, the voice that had tortured her for the whole night rang in her ears. Her pink face instantly flushed red, and she pushed the man away. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu was confused. He didn't understand why she would suddenly change her expression when she had clearly opened her mouth and allowed him to enter her without any hesitation. Maybe it's because of a young girl's modesty. Song Qingshu thought he found the reason. Looking at her angry expression, he knew that it was not a good time to mention what had happened just now, so he quickly changed the topic. "I'll teach you how to step on the sand without leaving a trace." Zhao Min was about to explode, but after hearing this, she could only suppress her anger in her heart. "Humph, this bastard is quite cunning." But she didn't think of how to hold him accountable for what had happened just now, so she simply didn't mention it again. Next, Song Qingshu began to teach Zhao Min the trick to step on the sand without leaving a trace. She was talented and learned very quickly, and it didn't take long for her to learn it. The only thing she lacked was proficiency. Of course, there was also the speed brought by the level of her internal energy. "I'll say the ugly things first. Without my permission, you can't teach this martial art to anyone else. Otherwise, I'll kill you, and I'll also kill the person you taught this martial art to." Song Qingshu purposely intimidated him. I know that you Jianghu people are the most selfish." Zhao Min curled her lips and raised her hand to swear. "I swear I won't teach this martial art to anyone else. If I break this oath, then—" She paused and said with a smile, "I'll marry you. How about that?" Song Qingshu's heart jumped. In order to hide the unnatural feeling in his heart, he hurriedly said, "What if you deliberately teach this martial art to someone else in order to marry me?" Zhao Min raised her fist and punched him. She laughed and scolded, "You wish? No, change it. If you break your oath and marry into my family, you'll have to serve Jiruo every day. Bring her tea and water, massage her shoulders and legs." The smile on Song Qingshu's face grew wider as he spoke. "You're too vicious." Zhao Min instantly exploded. She took her luggage and chased after him. The two continued on their journey amidst such laughter. With a beauty accompanying them, the journey was naturally not boring. Even time seemed to have sped up. Every 2 days, the two would enter the territory of the Jin Kingdom. On this day, they arrived at the border of Mount Song. The two were talking and laughing when suddenly the sound of fighting came from the forest in front of them. In the distance, they saw a group of people chasing after a few people. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Feng?" Zhao Min recognized one of the people being chased, and could not help but exclaim. Chapter 1472. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. He had recognized Xiao Feng before Zhao Min did. However, at this moment, Xiao Feng did not have his usual heroic spirit. He was being carried on someone else's back, and his face was weary. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. At the same time, what surprised Song Qingshu even more was that there were two acquaintances with Xiao Feng. One of them was wearing a scarlet dress. It was a Zhu, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Back in Swallow Dock, it was all thanks to the disguise technique she taught him that he was able to deceive everyone all these years. The other girl in purple was Z. Some time ago, he heard from the Golden Snake Camp that Z had escaped. Song Qingshu did not take it seriously. After all, she did not mean much to him. However, why was she with Xiao Feng and Azu now? Was this the so-called plot correction power? At this time, the one carrying Xiao Feng was a tall and burly man. Unfortunately, his face could not be seen because he was wearing a black scarf. However, it could be seen that his kung fu was extraordinary. He was still able to run fast while carrying a person. On the contrary, Azu and Z could not keep up with him. Behind them, there was a group of people chasing from afar. Song Qingshu looked at them and his expression became more and more strange. They were all old acquaintances. The leader was a burly man in a kasaya, but his face was full of killing intent. He was Xianqing, the first monk of Shaolin in the past 200 years. The other man was kind and had white hair and beard. He was Master Fang Jing. The other man had a shiny bald head and a dignified look on his face. He was the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, Great Master Xian Ci. Song Qingshu and Zhang Sanfeng had come to Shaolin Temple together to meet him. Beside them stood a kind-hearted monk, while the other had a bitter look on his face, with the corners of his mouth drooping down. They were Kong Wen and Kong Ji, two of the 4 great divine monks of Shaolin. Kong Jian had fallen into Xiesun's trap and died at the hands of Xiesun, while Kong Xing had competed with Zhao Min's subordinate, Ah San, in terms of finger strength and was defeated and beheaded. The 4 great divine monks of Jianghu in the past only existed in name. There were quite a number of eminent monks around. Song Qingshu did not recognize many of them, but judging from their attire, they were either eminent monks of the Xian generation or experts of the Kong generation. Among this group of eminent monks, there was a person dressed in low-level disciple clothing that was particularly conspicuous. He had a plain appearance, thick eyebrows, and slightly upturned nostrils. Although the other eminent monks were quite old, they could all be considered good-looking. Although this young monk was young, he was the ugliest one. However, Song Qingshu did not look down on him because he was Shuzhu, who had shone brilliantly in the Golden Snake meeting. Although he was young, his martial arts were extremely high. Among all the monks present, he was definitely in the top 3 in terms of martial art. I wonder where Shuzhu learned the carefree sex martial arts. Song Qingshu had asked Li Qingluo and Fu Mini before, but none of them knew who Shuzhu's master was. In addition, there had never been an exquisite chess game in this world, so Shuzhu's origin was very suspicious. Is there another branch of the carefree sect hidden in the Shaolin Temple? An idea came to Song Qingshu's mind. After all, from what he had experienced in the past 2 years, the carefree sect was extremely mysterious. At the same time, there were many branches of the carefree sect, such as the Misty Peak, the Xixia Imperial Palace, the Fairyland, and several princes of Chai Rong. It was not impossible that one of them was hidden in the Shaolin Temple. While Song Qingshu was distracted, he saw Xianqing, Fang Jing, Xian Ci, and Shuzhu jump up and scatter around, blocking the way of Xiao Feng and his party. Soon, the rest of the Shaolin monks caught up and surrounded Xiao Feng and the other 3. No wonder Xiao Feng was seriously injured. I'm afraid no one in the world can get away with being besieged by so many top martial arts masters. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. If there were only a few martial arts masters, it would be fine. But with so many people, he was afraid that he could only avoid them. Let's go and watch the fun. Zhao Min looked excited, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Watch the fun. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. There are so many martial arts masters. If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. No matter how good their martial arts are, can they be better than you? Zhao Min rolled her eyes, patted his chest, and said, "Hurry up." Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the difference between Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiru. If Zhou Zhiru was here, she would not be so mischievous. Deep down, she was quite serious. Only someone like Zhao Min, who was full of romanticism, would be so fearless. "Hurry up," Zhao Min urged again. In his helplessness, Song Qingshu could only hold on to her waist and execute his peerless movement technique to silently approach her, and then he hid on top of a nearby large tree with dense foliage. Actually, even if Zhao Min didn't urge him, he would still come over. After all, no matter if it was a Zhu or Xiao Feng, both of them had an extremely deep relationship with him, so how could he possibly stand by idly and watch them die? However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what was going on first. Zhao Min blushed slightly when he hugged her waist so intimately. But for the past 2 years, it had become normal for the two of them to hug each other. She was already used to it. Soon, she turned her attention to the empty space not far away. Xiao Feng, you bastard, you won't be able to escape today even if you have wings. Kong Ji shouted angrily. Among the 4 divine monks, Kong Jian had the highest cultivation in Buddhism, followed by Kong Wen and Kong Xing and Kong Ji. Therefore, they were the first to lose control. Fang Jing sighed and said, "Junior brother, you are violating the precepts again." Xianqing said coldly, "Senior brother, you are wrong. As the saying goes, even Buddha can be angry and roar like a lion. Xiao Feng, that bastard, killed his own master, Master Xianku. Last time we didn't catch him. This time, he finally walked into the trap. We should do justice on behalf of heaven. What's wrong with that?" Fang Jing frowned slightly. In fact, he had always felt that Xiancheng was a bit too murderous. But Xiancheng's kung fu was extremely high, and he had a high status in the temple. It was not convenient for him to say anything. On the tree, Song Qinshu felt strange. Although Xiao Feng looked like a boorish man, he had always been meticulous and brave. Why would he walk into the trap so unwisely? "I didn't kill my master," Xiao Feng said angrily. "There must be a traitor behind this." "Traitor? I think you are a traitor," Xianqing said angrily. "Before senior brother Xianku died, he pointed at you. There were a few other disciples in the temple who saw you enter senior brother Xianku's meditation room. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to deny it?" Xiao Feng's face showed a trace of grief and indignation. He immediately said to the man in black who was carrying him, "Senior, please let me down. This has nothing to do with you. With your kung fu, if you want to leave, you might have a chance." He didn't ask the man to take Azu or Zi with him because he knew that with so many Lin temple masters surrounding them, the man might not be able to escape alone. If he took the 2 girls with him, he would definitely die on the spot. The man in black laughed, and there was a trace of heroism in his laughter. "If a man dies, then so be it. What's the big deal? How can I be a greedy person who is afraid of death?" Song Qingshu's face showed a strange expression. The man in black's laughter was full of vigor. Obviously, his kung fu was no weaker than Xiao Feng's. However, Xiao Feng's kung fu was already among the top in Jianghu. He was not nameless. Could it be that person? Xiao Feng's personality had always been heroic. When he heard the man in black's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "I haven't even seen Senior's face, but it seems that we have known each other for a long time. Well, let's fight together. Even if we die, we must die a glorious death." As soon as these words came out, the Shaolin monks' expressions changed. They were very clear about the kung fu of Xiao Feng and the man in black. Now, although they could kill them with the advantage of numbers, if the other side fought with their lives, they would certainly suffer many losses. Who knew how many monks would die here today? The king of the southern yard, Xiao Feng, is indeed a match for tens of thousands of people. Even at the end of the road, he still has such vigor. Zhao Min's tone was full of admiration and appreciation. She was worried that those people would hear her, so she moved her mouth close to Song Qingshu's ear and said these words. Song Qingshu secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the Shaolin monk's attention was focused on Xiao Feng and the others. They were worried that they would suddenly launch an attack. Otherwise, even though Zhao Min's voice was soft, it would be difficult to hide it from some of the experts. Xiao Feng is indeed an indomitable hero. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then are you going to save them? Zhao Min looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "It's a bit tricky. Let's wait and see first." The man in black also laughed. "Worthy of being a good man of my chitin. You are not as bashful as these southern people." Xiao Feng was startled. He happily said, "Senior is also a chitin?" The man in black laughed. "Of course I am a chitin," Xianqing said coldly. "You don't have to put on a show of appreciation here. In any case, you will all die here today. He noticed that the two men's heroic spirit seemed to have taken away the momentum of the scene with just a few words. His side's morale was faintly low. He was sensitive to the fact that he couldn't let them continue, so he deliberately interrupted them. As he spoke, a strong murderous aura suddenly rushed out. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, Azu held Xiao Feng's hand and said slowly, "Brother Xiao, the leader must be among these people. That's why he slandered you like this, hoping to use the temple's experts to kill you." Song Qinshu, who was on the tree, suddenly understood. No wonder Xiao Feng had walked into the trap. It turned out that he had gone to investigate the leader. But with his meticulousness and intelligence, he shouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. Why was he besieged by so many experts, as if they were waiting for him? What leader? I don't know what you're talking about. Xian Qing snorted coldly. Xiao, don't try to divert attention. 30 years ago, my parents took me, who was still in swaddling clothes, home to visit relatives, who knew that when they passed through Yanmen Pass, they would be attacked by a group of experts from the Southern Dynasty. That battle could be said to be dark and gloomy, with countless casualties. My parents and clansmen were all killed, and the experts from the Southern Dynasty were almost completely wiped out. I investigated many times and found out that it was the leader who organized this operation. I just want to ask him, my parents are just commoners, why did he bring people to do such a vicious thing? Ba, Master Fang Jing said. What happened 30 years ago can only be said to be a freak accident. But almsgiver Xiao said that your father was just a commoner. This statement is somewhat untrue. Your father was the chief instructor of the Khitan Palace's division army, and could be said to have a high position and power. Otherwise, with just him and the deployment that accompanied him, how could they almost completely wipe out the ambush of the Southern Dynasty experts? Gong Funjun. Song Qinshu was startled. Because Liao had declined and was no longer a threat, he had not studied the intelligence of Liao in detail when he was in the imperial palace of the Jin Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. Therefore, when he heard about Gong Funjun, he was somewhat confused. As if sensing his confusion, Zhao Min moved closer to his ear and explained, in the early days of Liao, the Imperial Guard army was divided into two groups. One was subordinate to the emperor and was called the Pai Shi army. Pai Shi means King Kong in the Khitan language. The other was under the empress and was called the Shu Shan army, which was the treasure of the coral. However, as the kingdom of Liao gradually settled down, the Pishi army and the Shushan army gradually became the troops for expeditions and border defense, and the imperial army was replaced by another army. Every soldier in this army was carefully selected from the 12 palaces of the kingdom of Liao, so this new army was also called the Palace Division. The third update has been completed. Thank you to all the readers for your enthusiastic support. Chapter 1473. As Zhao Min spoke into his ear, Song Qinshu finally understood what it meant to exhale like orchids. As her breath brushed against his skin, he felt as if his heartstrings were being plucked by someone. As for the 12 palaces and one mansion that she mentioned, it was a special administrative unit in the kingdom of Liao. Every emperor of the kingdom of Liao would establish his own orudo, which was the political, economic, and military organization that the emperor, his concubines, and the princes personally controlled. There were government offices, officers, armies, farms, prefectures, counties, and people engaged in production and service in the palace. The income of the Harudo was the owner's private property. The people in the palace were guards when they enter, and retainers when they leave. If there is a transfer, the young and strong join the army, and the old and weak stay in the palace. After the death of the emperor, the concubines and descendants inherited the throne. There were a total of 13 Harudos in Liao, including the 9 emperors, the 2 empresses, Shulu Yu Lidua and Jingzong Empress Xiao Zhua, the 12 Harudos of the emperor's younger brother, Xiaowen Emperor's younger brother Yelu Longqing, and the Prince Wenzhong's mansion built by Prime Minister Han Durong. Xiao Feng's father was the instructor of the Gerudo army, which showed his extraordinary martial arts and unique status. Song Qinshu thought to himself. He remembered that in the original work, Xiao Yuanshan was the chief instructor of the Gerudo army. However, in this world, Liao was in decline, and the power of the Liao Empress had declined to the extreme. The Gerudo army existed only in name, so it was reasonable that Xiao Yuanshan became the chief instructor of the Gerudo army. Master, you also know what happened in the past? Hearing Fang Zheng's words, Xiao Feng was surprised and happy. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask who the leader was?" Fang Zheng shook his head. "The past is gone with the wind. Why does almsgiver Xiao need to kill again?" Xiao Feng hurriedly said, "I've been investigating who the leader was. Other than wanting to avenge my parents, it's also because the people who knew about it have died one after another recently. I think the leader killed to hide his identity." "Nonsense," Kong Ji said angrily. "That leader is a man of virtue and prestige. How could he be the devil you speak of? It was you who killed Ma Diyuan, Elder Tan, and Elder Su. You even killed my teacher, Xian Ku. You are the most heinous devil. Don't try to shift the blame for your crimes onto others. From what Master Kongji said, it seems like you also know the leader." Azu suddenly said. Kongji held his breath and snorted. "So what if we know each other? Little girl, you don't have to try to trick me. I won't tell you." Azu still wanted to say something, but the man in black next to Xiao Feng raised his hand to stop her. "Don't waste your energy. Of course, they won't say anything, because the leader is someone they will risk their lives to protect." Xiao Feng's expression changed. From Senior's tone, "Could it be that you also know who the leader is?" "Of course I know," the man in black said proudly. His gaze slowly swept across the monks in the front row, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. "Who is that person?" Xiao Feng, who had been tracking down the leader along the way, couldn't help but feel excited when the truth was about to be revealed. The man in black shook his head. "It's not the time yet." "What do you mean?" Xiao Feng was startled. The man in black explained, "You and I are surrounded today. It can be said that the odds are against us. In addition, everyone here is from the Shaolin Temple. Even if the leader's identity is exposed, it won't help. Instead, it may harm the lives of these two girls." Xiao Feng understood what he meant. The Shaolin Temple had always prided itself on being a righteous sect. Even if he and this senior couldn't escape today, they probably wouldn't make things difficult for Azu and Z. However, if the two girls knew the identity of the leader, they might bring trouble to themselves. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and he blurted out, "The leader is from the Shaolin Temple." As soon as this statement came out, the monks of the Shaolin Temple all changed their expressions. The man in black showed a look of admiration, but he quickly said, "If we are lucky enough to escape this time, it won't be too late to tell you then." "Well, in order to know the result, I will save my life no matter what." Xiao Feng laughed loudly. Although he was seriously injured, at this time there was a kind of heroic spirit at this time. Although there were many people in the Shaolin Temple, Fang Zheng and Kong Wen were merciful, and the others lacked the fierce murderous spirit that Xiao Feng had honed on the battlefield, so their momentum was suppressed again. Xian Cheng snorted heavily. "Your Excellency, you are too optimistic. There are so many masters here today, you can't escape death." When he spoke, he used the secret method of the Buddhist lion's roar, which instantly cheered up his companions from their depressed mood. "Noisy!" The man in black snorted coldly and suddenly moved. It could be said that he was like a rabbit leaping and a falcon descending. In an instant, he attacked in front of Xian Cheng. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Xian Cheng had just used the lion's roar and had used up all his strength to injure him. After all, except for a few people who knew the sweeping monk Nameless, Most people in Jianghu recognized Xian Qing as the #1 master in the Shaolin Temple. He was one of the 13 divine monks, the #1 in the Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years. As long as he heavily injured him, not only could he get rid of a strong enemy, but he could also gain the upper hand by a show of strength. Xian Qing was also shocked. Although his martial arts were extremely high, he was more inclined towards the academic side. In terms of adaptability, he couldn't compare to the man in black, who was an expert who had survived a bitter war. Therefore, he was found by the opponent to attack. In a hurry, Xian Qing subconsciously waved his Buddhist staff and used his secret skill, the exorcism staff technique. Unfortunately, the man in black had already closed in on him. The subtlety of the exorcism staff technique was completely unable to be displayed. Before he could hit the opponent had already pressed his palm against his chest. The man in black's eyes were filled with joy. Just as he was about to use the power of his palm to take Xian Qing's life, he suddenly saw a golden light flash on Xian Qing's body. His palm power was like a clay ox entering the sea. Diamond indestructible body. The man in black suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. At this time, Xian Qing had already reacted. He waved his palm and used the most profound prajna palm of the Shaolin Temple to counterattack. The man in black raised his palm to meet the attack. Seeing that the surrounding monks had already reacted, he hurriedly used the recoil to fly back to Xiao Feng's side. At this time, Song Qinshu had almost confirmed the identity of the man in black. With such high martial arts, who else could it be but Xiao Yuanshan, who was always helping Xiao Feng? Xiao Yuanshan is indeed worthy of being the existence who killed the experts of the Central Plains in the bloody battle at Yanmen Pass. This experience of facing an enemy is really admirable. The timing he chose was also perfect. If Xian Qing didn't have the diamond indestructible body technique to protect him, I'm afraid he would have already died on the spot. 13 ultimate divine monks, you really live up to your reputation. The man in black chuckled. Suddenly, his expression changed. With a cracking sound, the black cloth on his face suddenly shattered. It turned out that he had just suffered the recoil of the diamond indestructible body. In addition, Xian Qing's prajna palm counterattack had turned his shame into anger. In the end, he still didn't have enough time to completely negate the power of his opponent's palm, causing his mask to shatter. In an instant, cries of surprise rose in the surroundings. The group of people looked at him in shock. They saw that he had square eyes, a wide nose, a curly beard, and a very formidable appearance. He was about 60 years old. Although his beard and hair were slightly white, he had a valiant look on his face. But this was not what shocked the crowd the most. What shocked them the most was that apart from his age, this person in front of them looked exactly the same as Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was surprised and happy at the same time. He rushed forward and knelt on the ground. With a trembling voice he said, You are my father." The man laughed loudly and said, good child. I am your father. The two of us, father and son, have the same appearance. There is no need to remember. Everyone knows that I am your father." He stretched out his hand and tore open the lapel on his chest, revealing a wolf's head with a tattoo. With his left hand, he pulled Xiao Feng up. Xiao Feng tore open the lapel of his robe, revealing the green wolf head on his chest, bearing its fangs. The two of them walked side by side. Suddenly, they looked up to the sky and howled at the same time. Their voices were like the roar of a fierce wind. It spread far and wide, shaking the entire valley. When everyone heard it, they all felt a chill. Although there were only two of them, their power was as great as a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Song Qinshu was full of admiration. "You really are heroic." Zhao Min, who was at the side, covered her ears and said unhappily, "So noisy." Xiao Feng took out an oilcloth bag from his chest and opened it. He took out a large piece of white cloth that was sewn together. He unfolded it. It was the rubbing of the inscriptions on the stone wall that monk Ji Guang gave him. On it were hollow chitin characters. The curly-bearded old man pointed at the last few characters and said with a smile, "Xiao Yuanshan's last brush, Xiao Yuanshan's last brush." "Ha, child, that day I was sad and jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. Who knew that I was not fated to die? I fell on the branch of a big tree at the bottom of the valley and unexpectedly did not die. Now that I have lost my will to die, I want to take revenge. That day outside Yanmen Pass, the heroes of the Central Plains killed your mother, who did not know martial arts, without asking the reason. Child, do you think this revenge should be taken?" Xiao Feng said, "The hatred of my parents is absolutely irreconcilable. How can I not take revenge?" Xiao Yuanshan said, "The people who killed your mother that day, most of them have already been killed by me. Monk Ji Guang and that guy who called himself Zhao Qiansun have already been killed by me. The previous leader of the beggar clan, Wang Jiantong, died of an illness. Only that the leader of the great evil man is still alive and well. Child, what do you think we should do with him?" Xiao Feng anxiously asked, "Who is this person?" Xiao Yuanshan let out a long whistle and shouted, "Who is this person?" His eyes were like lightning sweeping across the faces of the monks. When the monks made eye contact with him, even though they knew that they had the upper hand, they still felt a sense of danger in their bones. Even though most of these people had nothing to do with what happened outside Yanmen Pass, but when they saw the expression of the Xiao father and son, no one dared to move or make a sound. They were afraid that they would attract trouble and be dragged down by the two of them before they died. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. In this way, Azu and Azi are in danger. Previously, Xiao Yuanshan did not say who the leader was because he was afraid that the other party would be driven to desperation and harm the lives of the two girls at the same time. But now that he was fighting with Xian Qing and broke his mask, revealing his original appearance, his identity could no longer be hidden. In addition, he was reminded of the sad incident, so how could he care so much? But even if he did not care, Song Qingshu could not ignore it. Even though he did not have any feelings for Azi, she was still his woman. How could he let others deal with her? Especially Azu, he was indebted to her, so he could not let her encounter any danger. Xiao Yinshan's gaze fell on Xian Ci and said coldly, "Abbot Xian Ci's dharma is indeed profound, to be able to keep his composure even now." The few who knew the inside story all had their expressions change. The other Shaolin disciples who did not know the inside story all subconsciously looked towards Xian Ci. Xiao Feng was shocked and angry. "Abbot Xian Ci, the leader is actually you." One must know that he had interacted with Xian Ci before, and even fought with him twice. He was very impressed with his martial arts and character. Who would have thought that he was actually the evil person that he had been searching for so long? Abbot Xian Ci put his palms together. "Good, good. Since there is karma, there will be karma. Even though I was deceived by scoundrels in the Yanmen Pass incident, I still cannot absolve myself from the blame for the tragic death of your parents and clansmen." He had just pulled out his wisdom tooth today, and lost a lot of blood. In addition, he could only drink some porridge for the whole day, so it did not take long for him to feel dizzy from hunger. Chapter 1474. So it was you. Xiao Feng was furious. Xian Ci sighed. But Xiao Feng said angrily, "When you killed my mother, you could say it was a misunderstanding. Although you were reckless, you didn't do it on purpose. But in order to hide your identity, you killed my adoptive father and adoptive mother, the Qiao couple, Zhao Qiansun, Elder Tan, and Grandma Tan. You didn't even let my master Xian cool off. You are worse than a beast." Xian Ci was surprised and said, "What do you mean by that? Didn't they all die in the hands of layman Xiao?" At this moment, Xian Qing had also recovered from the surprise attack. Because he had just suffered a loss, He became even angrier when he heard Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chen, don't slander me. Everyone knows that my senior brother is a person of virtue and prestige. He is not the kind of person you are talking about. Moreover, those people were clearly killed by you. Many people witnessed senior brother Xian Ku's death, and you still dare to argue. Just as Xiao Feng was about to explain, Xiao Yuanshan laughed loudly and said, "Child, you are wrong." Xiao Feng was stunned and said, "Child is wrong?" Xiao Yuanshan nodded and said, "Wrong. The Qiao couple was killed by me." Xiao Feng was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "Father killed them? Then why?" Xiao Yuanshan said, "You are my son. Originally, we were reunited and happy. But these Southern Dynasty warriors treated us Khitan people like pigs and dogs. They killed at the slightest provocation and took my son away to someone else. The Qiao couple pretended to be your parents and took away my family happiness. They didn't tell you the truth, so they deserved to die." Xiao Feng's chest ached as he said, "My adoptive father and adoptive mother have treated me with great kindness and righteousness. The two elders are very good people. But burning down the Dan village and killing Elder Tan and Grandma Tan, they were all..." Xiao Yuanshan said, "Yes, it was all done by your father. Who was the one who led the group to kill your mother? These people obviously knew but didn't want to say it. They all protected him. Didn't they deserve to die?" Xiao Feng was silent as he thought to himself, "The great villain that I have been searching for so long is actually my father. Where did this come from?" Slowly he said, "Shaolin Temple's Reverend Xian Ku personally taught me martial arts. For 10 years, I have never had a break in winter or summer. Today's achievement is all thanks to benevolent master's nurturing." Speaking to this point, he lowered his head, his tiger-like eyes already brimming with tears. Xiao Yuanshan said, "These Southern Dynasty warriors are treacherous and treacherous. What good things do they have? I killed Xian Ku with a single palm strike." The Shaolin monks chanted in unison, "Amit Bao, Amit Bao." Their voices were filled with grief and indignation. Although no one stepped forward to challenge Xiao Yuanshan, the pain and agony contained in the chanting of the Buddhist scriptures clearly contained great determination. Today, they had to take the lives of Xiao Yuanshan and his son in revenge. Xiao Yuanshan continued, "Among the enemies who killed my beloved wife and snatched my only son, there were the beggar clan's Bangzhu, and also Shaolin Pai's martial art masters. Hey, they only wanted to cover up this bloody crime forever, so they turned my son into a Han, and made my son take the great enemy as his master, and then succeeded the great enemy as the beggar clan's Bangzhu. Child, that night after I killed Xian Ku, I hid to the side. Not long after, you went to see that bald thief. Xian Ku saw that my father and I looked alike, so he thought that it was you who did it. Even that young monk couldn't tell us apart. Child, we Khitan people have been wronged and bullied by them, isn't that enough?" Only now did Xiao Feng understand why Reverend Xian Ku was so shocked when he saw him that night, and why that young monk tried to prove that he was the one who killed Xian Ku. How could he have known that the real murderer was someone who looked like him, someone who was related to him by blood? Hearing all this, Zhao Min, who was on the tree, couldn't help but curl her lips. This Xiao Yuanshan has really been blinded by hatred. His brain is no longer normal. Other than harming his own son, what else can he do? She was previously in charge of managing the Central Plains Wulin in the Ruyang Palace, so she naturally knew everything that had happened to Xiao Feng. Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. Actually, he also agreed with Zhao Min's point of view. Other people were all harming their fathers, but in the whole demigods and semi-demigods, Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo could be said to be crazy for harming children. In terms of harming children, they were equally matched. You killed senior brother Xian Ku. Today, I will make you and your son pay in blood. Xian Cheng had just been put in a difficult position by Xiao Yuanshan, so he was anxious to regain his face. Humph, I was able to kill the Central Plains Wulin people in the past. Today I can do the same. Xiao Yuanshan said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place was filled with a murderous aura. You overestimate yourself. Xian Qing heavily slammed the Buddhist staff in his hand on the ground, and a visible sound wave spread out. Many of the people with low cultivation felt so annoyed that they wanted to vomit. People like Azu and Azi couldn't even stand steadily. I hate this stinky monk. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, patted her chest and said softly. It must be known that the reason why she was poisoned by Murong Jingyue's 3-corpse brain divine pill was because she was attacked by Xian Qing and injured by his great king Kong Pom. She had no choice but to go to Kaifeng to seek treatment from Ping Yizhi. Who would have known that Ping Yizhi's real identity was actually Murong Jingyue? I also don't like him. Xian Qing was brave and fierce, had a bad temper, and loved to be in the limelight. Song Qingshu always felt that he was going against the duties of a monk. Xiao Yuanshan's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly jumped away from his original spot. With a few sizzling sounds, the tree behind him had 3 more burnt black finger holes. Formless finger of disaster. Xiao Yuanshan's expression turned ugly. No wonder he had purposely used the Buddhist staff to hit the ground. It was to hide his true killing move. The formless finger of disaster was formless and invisible, and with his disguise, it was impossible to defend against. You are a Buddhist, but you actually sneak attacked me. Xian Qing snorted. To deal with a shameless person like you, is there a need to follow the rules of the martial world? Furthermore, when you sneak attacked Senior Xian Ku, you didn't. Before he could finish, a scream came from beside him. They saw that Kong Ji's chest had 3 horrifying bloody holes. If it wasn't for his profound cultivation, he would have died on the spot. But even so, he had already lost the ability to fight. Formless finger of disaster. This time, it was the Shaolin monk's turn to be shocked. Xiao Yuanshan laughed bitterly. He. That year, I didn't have the intention to steal the Shaolin Temple's martial arts manuals, but you have wrongly accused me. Good. Xiao Yuanshan will go all out. Since you guys have wronged me, I'll show you what I can do. These past 30 years, Xiao Yuanshan has been hiding in the Shaolin Temple, reading your martial arts manuals to his heart's content. A mere formless finger of disaster, what is it to me? Masters, please evaluate my formless finger of disaster. How is it? Song Qingshu was full of admiration. Although Xiao Yuanshan's brain wasn't working well, in terms of battle techniques, he was still a top-notch existence. He was able to cripple one of the opponent's top-notch experts so easily. It must be known that although Kong Ji was ranked last among the 4 great divine monks, he was proficient in 11 Shaolin martial arts. If it was a one-on-one fight, it wouldn't be easy for Xiao Yuanshan to defeat him. Compared to Song Qingshu's praise, the Shaolin monks were much angrier. What could be more infuriating than someone using your family's belongings to beat you up? Despicable! Shameless! All sorts of curses could be heard, but Xiao Yuanshan revealed a look of ridicule. Who was the one who said that when dealing with a despicable person, there is no need to follow the rules of the martial world? Xian Cheng's face turned green and red. At this moment, he was extremely sullen. He was obviously a martial artist, but he had lost twice in front of him. He had lost all his face. Give me your life. Xian Qing decided not to give Xiao Yuanshan any more chances to play trick. With a roar, he rushed towards Xiao Yuanshan like a golden cannonball. Along the way, it was as if there was a huge gust of wind, sand and stones flew everywhere. Xiao Yuanshan's expression turned cold. After all, the opponent was known as the number 1 in Shaolin in the last 200 years. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used his martial arts to meet him. In the blink of an eye, both sides had exchanged more than 10 moves. Skanda staff. This thief actually secretly learned the Skanda staff. Suddenly, one of the Shaolin monks exclaimed. Not only that, he even used the prajnapam just now. Heavens, the prajnapam is our temple's most profound fist technique. There aren't many people in the entire temple that can comprehend its essence, yet he actually learned it. Another person recognized his palm technique and became even more astonished. Xian Xi, Fang Zheng, and Kong Wen looked at each other, thinking that Xiao Yuanshan used to be the head instructor of the Liao Palace division. They definitely couldn't let him leave alive today. Otherwise, if he passed down their sect's martial arts to the Khitan army, what would happen? The few of them were usually merciful people, but now that their sect's martial arts manuals were involved, all of them were filled with killing intent. This Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts are really high. He can actually fight evenly with Xian Cheng. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, spoke with slight surprise. In the past, the experts under her had fought with Xian Cheng, and they had suffered quite a few losses at his hands. Now that she saw Xiao Yuanshan going back and forth with him without the slightest bit of being at a disadvantage, she naturally exclaimed in admiration. Song Qinshu secretly frowned. He noticed that there were several times when Xiao Yuanshan clearly had the upper hand, but because his moves were too ruthless, the angle of his strength was off. And when experts fought, this little bit of deviation could bring about a completely different result. Looking at Xiao Yuanshan's expression, he doesn't seem to have realized that he has missed several good opportunities to defeat the enemy. Song Qinshu was secretly shocked, and suddenly came to a realization. The changes in Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts could be said to be one of the most incomprehensible things in the Celestial Dragon sect. 30 years ago, he fought against 21 experts from the Central Plains by himself. Among them, there was no lack of experts like Xian Xi and the Beggar clan's leader, but he still almost completely annihilated the 21 people. Even Murong Bo, who was secretly watching from the side, was scared witless. He returned to the Swallow Dock cellar and hid for 7 days and 7 nights. But 30 years later, Xian Xi and Xiao Yuanshan were already on par. Murong Bo also fought with him 3 times, and they couldn't decide the victor after several hundred moves. It must be known that in these 30 years, Xiao Yuanshan had been secretly learning martial arts from the Shaolin Temple. But Xian Xi and Murong Bo, who were far inferior to him back then, actually caught up and grew to the point where they were on par with him. It gave people a feeling that in these 30 years, Xiao Yuanshan had always been at the same place, waiting for them to catch up. In his previous life, Song Qinshu also didn't understand, but now that he was also cultivating martial arts, and his realm had reached an extraordinary height, he gradually understood what was going on. It must be known that a person's martial arts would not continue to increase forever. After reaching a certain height, if there was no fortuitous encounter or sudden enlightenment, the realm would be fixed for the rest of his life. Just like Wang Chongyang's evaluation of Zhou Badong, he believed that Zhou Badong was not broad-minded and narrow-minded, and was destined to not become an absolute expert. Sure enough, Zhou Badong's martial arts talent was extremely high, and he had even obtained Wang Chongyang's teachings, but his martial arts had always stopped at the level of Qiu Qianren. Although he was already a first-class expert in the Jianghu, he was still beaten by the 5 Absolute. Later on, when he cultivated the 9 Yin manual, coupled with his pure heart, he researched the left and right inter-fighting technique, and his martial arts finally improved. From the beginning, he was beaten by Huang Yaoshi, and later on, the 5 Absolutes admitted that they were inferior. Xiao Yuanshan was also in a similar situation. In his early years, he was a heroic man of the grasslands, open-minded and sunny, so his martial arts progress was extremely fast. But after the battle at Yanmen Pass, his heart was already distorted by hatred, and his style of doing things changed from being open and aboveboard to scheming. Therefore, although later on he secretly learned many unique skills from the Shaolin Temple, and on the surface it looked like he had improved a lot, but there was no qualitative improvement. In addition, the Shaolin Temple's martial arts required the corresponding Buddhist Dharma to neutralize it. His heart was only filled with the desire for revenge, and forcefully practicing the unique skills ended up causing internal injuries. According to the evaluation of the sweeping monk in the original work, Xiao Yuanshan fell into a martial arts barrier. He spent nearly 30 years but still couldn't understand this martial arts barrier, causing his martial arts to never improve. In the end, Murong Bo, Xian Xiai, and the others gradually caught up to him. Chapter 1475. Xian Cheng and Xiao Yuanshan's battle could be said to have caused sand to fly and rocks to roll. Xian Cheng relied on his indestructible body to recklessly attack Wuji. Every move was powerful, and some of the small trees on the side were affected by the wind from the palms of the battle and were all broken. Xiao Yuanshan had a lot of battle experience, and after realizing that he had the indestructible body, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he dispelled his attacks while saving energy to wait for an opportunity. Xian Cheng quickly realized what he was thinking, but he had no choice. After using the indestructible body, his defense could indeed be said to be invincible, but there were gains and losses, and his agility would greatly decrease. Against normal experts it was not a big deal, but against experts of Xiao Yuanshan's level, if the opponent wanted to dodge, it would be very difficult for his attacks to hit the opponent. Surnamed Xiao, if you have the ability, then don't run around. Xian Cheng shouted angrily as his killing moves hit empty air. Xiao Yuanshan laughed coldly. Knowing that you have the indestructible body protecting you, I still want to fight you head-on. Do you think this old man is stupid? The tribes on the grassland all worshipped wolves, and even their battle tactics were inspired by wolves. Wolves had always been cunning and ferocious. When dealing with large animals, they often did not attack directly. Instead, they would constantly fight to consume their physical strength, and when the time was right, they would launch a general attack. Xian Cheng was extremely angry, and suddenly his eyes glanced at Xiao Feng, Azu and Zi, and instantly a plan came to his mind. A Prajna palm was originally going to attack Xiao Yuanshan, but it suddenly changed direction halfway, and directly attacked the heavily injured Xiao Feng. Before he even arrived, the wind from his palm had already swept up the sand, forcing Azu and Zi to be unable to open their eyes. But Xiao Feng was not Duan Yu, who had high theoretical martial arts but was often killed by sneak attacks. He was always on guard, and although Xian Cheng's attack was a bit unexpected, he did not care at all, and instantly used the softness of the 18 dragon subduing palms, drawing the opponent's cold palm energy to the side. With a boom, a large rock was smashed by Xian Cheng's palm. Despicable! Xiao Yuanshan shouted angrily, and with a leap, he attacked Xian Cheng's back. In the tree, Zhao Min nodded in agreement. This monk is indeed despicable. However, Song Qinshu smiled and said, I don't think there's any problem with Xian Cheng's move. As the saying goes, it's a battle of wits, not a battle of strength. Besides, isn't scheming exactly what the princess is good at? You're so annoying, Zhao Min lightly punched him, but her attention quickly returned to the stage. Although Xiao Feng had neutralized Xian Cheng's sharp attack, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. His face flushed slightly, and he felt the qi and blood in his body churning. Clearly, his injuries had been aggravated. However, he had the physique of the god of war, and being injured at this time seemed to have ignited his bloodthirsty aura. Not only did he not retreat, but he also used the 18 dragon subduing palms, intending to take advantage of this moment to attack Xian Cheng from the front and back with his father. Even though Xian Cheng had the protection of the Vajra invincible divine art, he did not dare to use his body to withstand the simultaneous attack of two great masters. He hastily flew back. However, Xiao Feng and his son were extremely powerful. Even though Xian Cheng was hailed as the #1 person in Shaolin in the last 200 years, he was still beaten into a sorry state by them. Northern Qiao Feng, Southern Murong. In my opinion, this Northern Qiao Feng is more than 10 times stronger than Southern Murong. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, could not help but praise. 10 times would be an exaggeration, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight 2 Murong Fus, Song Qingshu commented. He had fought with both of them before, so he was very clear about their strength. Murong Fu's martial arts were actually very high. After he had received the 18 dragon subduing palms that Song Qingshu had given him, his martial arts had improved by another level. In theory, he was not much weaker than Xiao Feng and was worthy of being called Southern Murong, who was equally famous as him. However, his biggest problem was that he was wholeheartedly focused on restoring his country. He had too many concerns and too many thoughts, so he was often unable to unleash his martial arts at his normal level. On the other hand, Xiao Feng could always unleash at least 120% of his strength. Catch the monk's staff. Seeing that Xian Cheng was in a difficult situation, Xian Ci flicked her sleeves, and the monk's staff that Xian Cheng had stabbed into the ground earlier flew towards him. At the same time, the Kasaya on her body surged like a raging wave, attacking Xiao Feng. Kasaya Demon Subduing Technique. Xiao Feng did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly used the dragon capturing technique and pulled a large rock from the side over to block in front of him. When the bright red Kasaya came into contact with the large rock, it instantly wrapped around it. Then, with a loud bang, the rock was twisted into pieces. Immediately after, Xian Ci suddenly leaped out of the smoke and dust that filled the sky and directly attacked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's expression changed. He had no choice but to let go of Xian Cheng and face the new enemy. Unexpectedly, when their palms collided, Xiao Feng did not feel a power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Instead, he felt that his strength had hit a ball of cotton. He immediately realized that this was because Xian Ci had used the most exquisite technique of the Prajna palm, emptiness to end, to dissolve the power of his palm. Amit Ba. Xian Ci took advantage of the power of the palm to retreat a distance. The Kasaya that was in midair just happened to fall on his body. Benefactor Xiao is injured. This old monk also does not want to take advantage of others. I only want to stop you and your father from joining hands to attack junior brother Xian Cheng. If it was in the past, Xiao Feng would definitely return the greeting and praise the other party for his noble character and unquestionable integrity. But now, when he thought about how he was the big brother who had caused the destruction of his family, he could not bring himself to say the word respect. Feng you rest on the side. Watch how your father takes care of this big monk. Okay. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan had fought before. He knew the other party's martial arts attainment. Although Xian Cheng's martial arts were high, his father was not below him. However, with the Xian Cheng Buddhist staff in hand, the power of the demon subduing technique was much greater. The places that were swept by the Buddhist staff would shatter rocks and break trees. From this, it could be seen what would happen if the Buddhist staff hit a body of flesh and blood. Xiao Yuanshan took a few blows with his bare hands. He suddenly could not hold on any longer. He hurriedly pulled out a long whip from his waist and swept it towards the top of Xian Cheng's head. Xian Cheng was shocked. The top of the head was a person's most vital point. Even if he had the diamond body protecting body, he did not dare to test it. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Xiao Yuanshan took advantage of this time to instantly increase the distance between them. The long whip was like a black dragon coming out of the sea. It filled the sky and struck towards Xian Cheng's vital point. Xian Cheng waved the Buddhist staff in his hand and protected his entire body. However, he quickly felt that every whip seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies. It shook his arm until it was numb. He could not help but be shocked. How can this thief's martial arts be so powerful? Zhao Min, who was on the tree, was beaming with joy. She almost clapped her hands. whip this stinky monk to death. Whether it was the Meng Liao alliance or the dispute between her and Xianqing, she naturally stood on Xiao Yuanshan's side. Song Qingshu could see that the two's martial arts were about the same. In terms of internal energy, Xianqing was slightly stronger. However, Xiao Yuanshan's weapon was a long whip. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. It has to be known that even if a normal person suddenly stopped the handle of the whip, the various parts of the whip would stop one after another. The kinetic energy would then be transferred to the next part, which would increase the speed of the next part. In the end, all the kinetic energy of the whip would be concentrated at the tip. The tip of the whip could instantly reach twice the speed of sound. Normal people were already like this, let alone this world's top experts. After Xiao Yuanshan's internal energy passed through the whip, it was unknown how many times stronger it would be on Xianqing's body. Xianqing blocked for a while, and realized that he could not passively take a beating. He felt that the surrounding air seemed to have become solid. If he continued to whip, he might not even be able to hold the Buddhist staff steadily. He waved the demon-vanquishing staff technique in an attempt to wrap around the whip. However, since Xiao Yuanshan used a whip as a weapon, he had long since reached the point of perfection. How could he let him wrap around the whip so easily? After Xianqing tried a few times to no avail, he decided to give up on his defense and directly used the diamond invincible divine technique to close in on Xiao Yuanshan. Other than when the whip swept towards the top of his head, eyes, and dantian, he only used the Buddhist staff to block. An inch longer is an inch stronger. The best way to deal with a long weapon was to get within an inch of it and fight it in close combat. However, just as he took a few steps, his body was whipped a few times. His diamond invincible divine technique felt like it was about to break. Xianqing gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward like a bull. Xiao Yuanshan's expression also changed. If he met any other opponent and got whipped like this, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. However, the person in front of him was like a turtle. He was simply too tanky. Seeing the opponent getting closer and closer, he could only retreat. The two of them advanced and retreated. In the end, the distance between them was balanced. Xianqing couldn't close in and Xiao Yuanshan couldn't get rid of him. However, although the diamond invincible divine technique could protect Xianqing's body, it couldn't protect his clothes. The kasaya on his body was in tatters and many parts of his body were exposed. Zhao Min, who was on the tree, spat and said, "This monk's body is so ugly. He really doesn't know shame. He still doesn't admit defeat." Song Qingshu laughed and said, "Although Xianqing looks miserable on the surface, Xiao Yuanshan can't do anything to him. How can he admit defeat?" The Shaolin monks weren't as optimistic as him. They all had serious expressions. They knew that Xianqing's martial arts weren't inferior to any of the top martial artists in the world, but this time, he had encountered someone whose martial arts countered his. If this continued, Xianqing would probably be at a disadvantage. However, the people present were all famous people, so they couldn't bring themselves to help. Xuzhu suddenly said, "Martial granduncles, today is not a martial arts competition in Jianghu. We are avenging martial grand uncle Master Xian Ku and killing the innocent people in Jianghu. How can we care about our reputation and let the thief escape?" This. Xian Xi, Fang Jing, and Kong Wen all looked hesitant. Xuzhu continued, "Especially since this thief has learned so many unique skills of Shaolin. Just now, he showed us the Prajna Palm, the formless finger of disaster, the exorcism staff, and the Skanda staff. Now, he seems to be using our temple's diamond exorcism ring. If we let the 72 ultimate skills leak out, we will become sinners." Yes, what Xuzhu said makes sense. Xian Xi and the others nodded. Xuzhu knew that they still couldn't let it go, so he bowed and said, "Let me help martial grand uncle Master Xianqing." As soon as he finished speaking, He used the true chi of the North Profound Divine Kung Fu and used the wood-burning saber skill to cut Xiao Yuanshan's whip. It was supposed to be an invisible saber, but the friction between the internal force and the air formed a saber of fire. If it hit, Xiao Yuanshan's whip would be cut in half, even if it was made of cowhide. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes swept over the blade chi and his face couldn't help but change. He hastily wanted to retract his whip, but how could Xian Qing give him the chance? While he was distracted, he used his staff to delay his whip. Although he couldn't stop it, it was enough for the blade chi to come down. Chapter 1476. Seeing that the flame-like saber chi was about to slash the long whip, everyone suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Then, the saber chi seemed to have been hit by something and scattered in all directions. There were many masters in the field, and some sharp-eyed people had already seen that it was a leaf that had hit the broadsword chi. Although the leaf was quickly burned by the flames of the wood-burning broadsword method, many people still saw it clearly. He actually destroyed Shuju's broadsword chi with just a leaf. Is it really the legendary saying that flying flowers and leaves can hurt people? No, many people in the field can hurt people with flying flowers and leaves, but it is extremely difficult to reach this level. This was the thought of almost everyone in the field. Sword chi. Just now, the leaf was attached to the sword chi, so it could disperse Shuju's broadsword chi. Xian Qing and the other top masters in the field all understood and involuntarily looked in the direction where the sword chi came from. Song Qinshu had already come down from the tree and slowly walked to the field. Everyone, long time no see. He asked Zhao Min to stay in the tree so that she would not be hurt later. After all, there were many people in the Shaolin Temple. If there was a fight later, they might not be able to take care of her. Song Qinshu. When the monks of the Shaolin Temple saw him, they could not help but change their expressions. After all, the relationship between the two sides was not friendly. In the past 2 years, the two sides had clashed many times. Although each time it was not to the extent of fighting to the death, it was not much different. Greetings, masters. Song Qinshu smiled at the monks. Both sides had different identities. One was a dominator, and the other was the leader of the martial arts world in the Central Plains. The necessary politeness was necessary. However, after the politeness, Song Qinshu ignored them and turned to Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao. Xiao Feng also showed a trace of surprise. Brother Song. Song Qinshu smiled and said, "Last time the Manchurian army went south, fortunately, Brother Xiao helped me. I didn't expect to meet you again after so long." Xiao Feng looked at the bloodstains on his chest and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yeah, the next time we meet, things have remained the same, but the people have changed. When the Shaolin monks heard the conversation between the two, their expressions changed. It should be known that they did not have a good relationship with Song Qinshu to begin with. Now that Song Qinshu and Xiao Feng had such a relationship, it would be difficult for the matter to be resolved peacefully. However, Song Qinshu did not care about their feelings at all. He continued to say to Azu, who was beside Xiao Feng, "Miss Azu, speaking of which, you and I have been apart for the longest time." Zhao Min, who was on a tree not far away, couldn't help but curl her lips. This bastard will flirt with pretty girls no matter where he goes. Azu pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, the last time I saw you at Swallow Dock you were still a little down and out. I didn't expect you to be so famous now." Song Qinshu smiled and said, "A lot of this is thanks to you, Mississippi." Azu was startled. She didn't understand what he meant. Song Qinshu naturally couldn't tell her about the art of disguise, so he said instead, "Looking at how intimate you and Brother Xiao are, you must already be in love with each other." "Young master," Azu was greatly embarrassed. She blushed and said angrily. Xiao Feng, who was on the side, also chuckled. "During this period of time, Azu has helped me a lot. I have long regarded her as the most important person in my life." When Azu heard his affectionate and direct confession, her face became even redder. On the tree, Zhao Min's eyes lit up as she listened. She thought that the men of the prairie were indeed direct and forthright. They weren't like the people of the Song dynasty who had so many red tape. However, when she remembered that Song Qinshu was also from the Song dynasty, she couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. That bastard was also from the Song dynasty, but he was also very direct. Seeing Xiao Feng and Azu's lovey-dovey appearance, Xiao Yuanshan naturally felt very gratified. However, Azi, who was on the side, pouted her small mouth. However, she had something she was even more afraid of, so she subconsciously moved back and hid. Song Qinshu said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Azi, why are you hiding?" Azi's body trembled. The shrewish temper that she had developed over the past 10 years instantly came back. "Meeting you, this pervert." She was just about to scold him when she suddenly realized that the people on her side were currently in danger. Xiao Feng, who had always been mighty, was currently heavily injured, and it would be very difficult for him to protect himself. Especially since this group of people most likely had to rely on Song Qinshu to escape from danger. If she were to have a conflict with him, these people would most likely side with the other party. She grew up in a place like the Xingqiu sect. She was used to scheming and deceiving each other. Since she was young, she had cultivated an exquisite heart. Thus, she was very good at observing people's words and body language. "What, do you know each other?" Azu looked at the two of them in confusion. She then smiled and said, "Prince Song, Azi is my little sister. She has always been naughty and mischievous. If she has offended you in any way, I hope that young master will forgive her." Azi secretly snorted. She thought to herself, "Big sister is such a soft-hearted person." She apologized without asking anything. "Obviously, he was the one who bullied me. How would I dare to offend him?" Fortunately, she grew up in the Xingqiu sect. She was even more used to the law of the jungle. Everything was based on benefits. Thus, she didn't take losing her virginity so seriously. Otherwise, if it were a young lady in a boudoir, she would have already exploded upon seeing Song Qinshu. How could that be? Azi is clever and obedient. I can't wait to like her. Song Qinshu didn't expose the relationship between him and Azi. After all, if the fact that he had treated her as a slave was exposed, as her elder sister, Azu, and as her brother-in-law, Xiao Feng, couldn't just sit back and do nothing. When that time came, it would be very difficult to clean up the mess. Looking at Azi's clever and cunning eyes, Song Qinshu thought to himself, "It seems that she has completely woken up." The soul transfer art's hypnosis can only last for a short period of time. At this moment, Xian Cheng, who was not far away, finally became impatient. He heavily hit the ground with his staff and snorted, "Are you guys done catching up? Today I, Xiao, have fallen into a tight encirclement. I know that it is difficult for me to escape. Brother Song, don't worry about me. Take Azu and Azi away. Take good care of me, and I will be able to rest in peace." He didn't suggest helping Xiao Yuanshan escape. After all, he was clear about the great enmity between his father and Shaolin. Shaolin would definitely not allow his father to leave. He didn't want to drag Song Qinshu down with him. Hearing his words, Azu instantly became anxious. "I'm not leaving. I want to live and die with you." Azi rolled her eyes. Although she had a good impression of Xiao Feng during this period of time, with her personality, she naturally didn't want to stay here and die with them. However, she had always been smart and cunning. She quickly realized that with Song Qinshu around, he definitely wouldn't let them die. Therefore, she righteously said, "I'm not leaving either. I want to live and die with my sister and brother-in-law." Song Qinshu looked at Azi in surprise. He thought to himself that this little girl was somewhat normal. Could it be that she had fallen in love with Xiao Feng like in the original work? However, he didn't have time to think about this. He turned around and bowed to the Shaolin monks. Masters, Xiao Feng and Song Mao are bosom friends. Can you give me some face and let them live? Is your face very valuable? Xian Cheng snorted angrily. Song Qinshu faintly smiled. At least it's more valuable than yours. You. Xian Cheng suddenly became angry. Xian Ci hurriedly reached out to stop him and said, Amitabha, very good. Prince Song's territory covers a radius of thousands of miles, and he has 100,000 elite soldiers. Now he has been conferred the title of King of Qi. His face is naturally valuable. After flattering Song Qinshu, he suddenly changed the topic. If it was any other matter, since King of Qi has spoken, we naturally have to give him face. But this matter, Xiao Feng and his son have killed so many people in the martial arts world, including our senior brother Xian Ku. If we let them go, how can we face those innocent people who died in vain? He called Song Qinshu King of Qi, which clearly represented Shaolin's attitude. Although they were now under the rule of the Jin Kingdom, they still recognized the orthodox position of the Song dynasty. After all, for the Han people in the world, the Song dynasty was the orthodox dynasty in their hearts. As for the other Han dynasty, the Ming Kingdom, after all, had been destroyed, and it was not as lenient to the scholars and common people as the Song dynasty. Hearing Xian Ci's words, Zhao Min, who was not far away, said with some schadenfreude, "This bastard deserves it. You are usually so proud, but now you know that your face is useless." Song Qinshu was not angry at all. The root cause of all this is because Master led the experts of the Central Plains to kill Xiao Feng's parents 30 years ago. Kongwen could not help but snort. According to King of Qi, in the end, all this is still our temple's fault? Song Qinshu shook his head. I did not say that. What I mean is that everything has to be traced back to the source. Back then, the reason why Abbot Xian Ci led the experts of the Central Plains to kill Xiao Feng's parents was largely because he was misled by a scoundrel. I believe Master also knows this. Who is that person? Xiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan stepped forward, their voices somewhat trembling. Amitabha Xian Ci put his palms together. That person is also a person with a great background in the martial arts world. He must have been deceived by a scoundrel and felt extremely guilty after the incident. Very soon, he died of depression. I will not implicate his reputation. But what if that person faked his death to get away from his crime? Song Qinshu said. What? The people of Shaolin were all shocked. Song Qinshu continued. Great Master Xian Bei died in Dali's body discipline temple. He was killed by the Skunda staff, an expert in the martial arts world. Rumor has it that he died in the hands of Murong Fu. However, Murong Fu is still young. Does he have the skills to kill Great Master Xian Bei, who has been famous for decades? I believe everyone already has their own guesses. That person really didn't die? Xian Ci muttered to himself. An incomparably complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Song Qinshu replied, Shaolin Temple is the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper of the martial arts world. I don't believe that you all did not receive any information. The monks whispered to each other. Clearly, they were verifying some of the information they had obtained earlier. Brother Song, who exactly is that scoundrel? Xiao Feng could not bear it any longer. He grabbed Song Qinshu's arm and asked, to be able to use Great Master Xian Bei's Skunda staff to kill him, other than the Big Dipper of Shifting Stars, who else could it be? Song Qinshu replied. A Zhu cried out in alarm, but Murong Gongzi is not the murderer. Xiao Dage even tried to clarify for Gongzi at that time. She was, after all, a maid of Swallow Dock, remembering her former master, so she couldn't help but defend herself. Chapter 1477. Song Qinshu shook his head and said, Didn't I just say that Murong Fu couldn't kill Master Xian Bei? Although Xian Bei was just a cameo in the original novel, His martial arts had always been underestimated. All kinds of signs showed that he was the third master under Xian Ci, the sweeping monk of Shaolin Temple. After all, Murong Bo had launched a sneak attack first, but he was still at a disadvantage. In the end, Murong Bo had to use his unique skill to kill Xian Bei. Murong Bo's purpose was to provoke disputes between countries. He wanted to kill Xian Bei with the solar finger technique, but Xian Bei's martial arts were too high, and he had not practiced the solar finger technique well enough. In the end, he had to use his unique skill. Not only did he fail to frame Murong Bo, but he also harmed his own son. But didn't you say that Xian Bei was killed by the solar finger technique? Xiao Feng was confused, but he suddenly realized, was it Murong Bo? That's right. Song Qingshu nodded his head and roughly explained about Murong Bo faking his death. That bastard! Xiao Feng clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of anger. It's him. Xiao Yuanshan almost fainted. He knew that it was his enemy who had fought with him in Shaolin Temple for decades. When he saw Murong Bo stealing scriptures in Shaolin Temple, he thought that Murong Bo was an enemy of Shaolin Temple. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so he secretly taught him martial arts. In the first fight, Murong Bo couldn't hold on for more than 100 moves. In the third fight they were still tied after 300 moves. Thinking that his enemy's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds because of his guidance, Xiao Yuanshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time, Xiuzhu suddenly said, "We will find out the truth about Master Murong. Although there may be a conspiracy, it is also true that Xiao Yuanshan and his son killed people. Moreover, Xiao Yuanshan secretly learned the 72 unique skills of our temple. If we let them go, they will leak their martial arts to the alien tribes. In the future, people in the Central Plains will be harmed. In any case, we can't let them be sinners. Yes, we can't let them go." When the Shaolin Temple monks heard Song Qingshu's words, they were hesitant. But after listening to Su Zhu's words, they instantly firmed their minds. Song Qingshu frowned. Xiuzhu was not like the honest little monk in the original novel. Was he also possessed by an old monster like Zhang Wuji? On the tree, Zhao Min secretly curled her lips. If the father and son of the Xiao family had only killed Master Tan, Granny Tan, Zhao Qiansun, and some other small fries in Jianghu, Shaolin would probably just pretend and not kill them. Even if they had killed Master Xian Ku, Shaolin might have tolerated it temporarily for the sake of Song Qingshu. However, Xiao Yuanshan had secretly learned the 72 ultimate skills, which was the lifeblood of Shaolin and the foundation of their survival in Jianghu. Now, even Zhang Sanfeng and Wang Chongyang would not be able to help. You are afraid that Xiao Yuanshan will impart his martial arts to the Khitan soldiers and harm the Han people in the future, right? Song Qingshu retorted. Of course. Xiuzhu had a compassionate look on his face. Now that the divine land has fallen, Shaolin has been the leader of the martial arts world since ancient times. Naturally, we should do our part for the people in the world and take precautions. What a good do our part, what a good afraid that Xiao Yuanshan would teach the Khitan soldiers. Song Qingshu's tone suddenly had an additional hint of ridicule. The people of the different tribes you speak of still know how to teach the secret manuals they obtained to the ordinary soldiers, enrich the country and strengthen the army, and contribute to the interests of the country. However, you people have the authentic 72 ultimate skills in your hands. Have you ever taught these martial arts to us, the Han people's soldiers, so that when they face the cavalry of the different tribes, they would not be unable to protect themselves? The Shaolin monks were speechless for a moment. It should be known that the martial arts of each sect had always been strictly guarded. Only the inner core disciples were allowed to impart them, for fear that the martial arts would be leaked. For thousands of years, all sects and schools had been like this. No one would care about it. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would put such a big hat on them, and they did not know how to refute. If it was an ordinary sect, they would have just said that he was crazy. Which sect in Jiang who would impart their martial arts to outsiders? But they were Shaolin, a sect that prided itself on being the leading mountain in the martial arts world. If they admitted that they did not impart their martial arts because of sectarian bias, which led to the Han people being bullied by the cavalry of the aliens, they would not be able to bear the blame. Master Fangjing shouted the name of Buddha and continued, Prince Qi may not know this, but practicing Shaolin martial arts requires a very good foundation. Moreover, progress is slow in the early stage. Later on, each martial art needs a corresponding Buddhist method to resolve it. Otherwise, it is easy to hurt oneself. Not only is it not beneficial, but it is also harmful. And the army needs simple, direct, and quick training methods, so the martial arts of our temple is not suitable for them. Hearing this, all the monks nodded their heads. Fangjing's Buddhist method was profound, and he had a kind and benevolent countenance. Within the temple, he had always been loved and respected. His words were reasonable and cleverly answered the other side's question. Although he did not have a good impression of other people, Song Qingshu had some respect for this kind and benevolent old monk. However, today's matter concerned the lives of Xiao Feng and his son, so he could only offend him. Since according to Master's words, the martial arts of your temple are not suitable for the army to spread, why do you keep saying that you are afraid that Xiao Yuanshan will return and pass it on to the Khitan soldiers? Fangjing had never been an eloquent person and was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Zhu hurriedly said, although our temple's martial arts are not suitable for the army to spread, the martial arts of the Khitan people are different from those of the Central Plains. If by any chance the Khitan people have a way to improve our martial arts and make them suitable for the soldiers to practice, then it will be too late for regret. On the tree, Zhao Min secretly nodded her head. Although this little monk was a little annoying, he was quite eloquent. Xianqing finally could not hold back anymore and said loudly, Song, you have a glib tongue. You just want to help Xiao Yuanshan and his son get off the hook. Even if I tell you, there is no way we will let you succeed with so many masters in our temple today. Speaking of which, we still haven't settled the score with you for destroying the original Sanskrit copy of the muscle bone strengthening scripture. Hearing the mention of the muscle bone strengthening scripture, Zi opened her mouth and tried to say that the original Sanskrit copy was with Song Qingshu, so that the people of the Shaolin Temple would inevitably fight with Song Qingshu, and they could take the opportunity to escape. However, after hesitating for a while, she did not say it out of some unknown concerns. She just snorted secretly. If you don't care about us, I will drag you down with me. She was from the Xingqiu sect, so she did not feel guilty at all for planning this kind of thing. Of course, Song Qingshu did not know that he was almost sold by Zi. He sneered at Xianqing and said, in the end, you still have to rely on your strength to speak. Alas, why did you fight with words for so long? Humph! Xianqing waved his monk's robe. It was obvious that he had experienced the power of his mouth and was not willing to argue with him anymore. However, the clothes on his body had just been ruthlessly whipped by Xiao Yuanshan's leather whip, and right now they were torn and tattered, looking exceptionally comical. Xiao Feng is my friend after all. I can't just sit back and do nothing. How about this? Song Qingshu suggested. If we get into a scuffle, it will hurt the innocent. Why don't we each choose one person to fight? If we win, you let them go. If you win, the Xiao father and son will be punished by your temple. What do you think? The Shaolin monks looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Song Qingshu's kung fu was very high. They had already seen it at the Golden Snake meeting. After that, they had fought with him several times. It could be said that he was unfathomable. Although there were many masters present, no one was sure that they could defeat Song Qingshu. Even someone as arrogant as Xianqing was a little hesitant. Although he was very confident, This battle was related to Shaolin's unique skills and reputation. He did not dare to be rash. Amit Bakongwen said, Almsgiver's kung fu has long been famous in Jianghu. There is no need to use our temple to show off. Song Qinshu shrugged. Right now, I really have no intention of showing off. I just want to help my friend. How about this? If you all feel that one battle to decide the winner is unacceptable, then how about changing it to 3 battles? You and I will each send out 3 people. The one who wins more times will be the winner. What do you think? Hearing this proposal, the Shaolin monks could not help but be a little moved. They all used secret voice sending to communicate. In their view, Xiao Feng was seriously injured. Although he could still hold on, any master on their side should be able to win. As for the others, Azu and Zi's kung fu were low and not worth mentioning at all. In this way, they had already won one battle before the battle. The possibility of winning this bet was very high. However, Xian Ci raised an objection. Although they could win one battle, the other side had sent out Song Qinshu, so they most likely could also win one battle. The key to victory would be the battle with Xiao Yuanshan. After watching the battle between Xiao Yuanshan and Xian Qing, do any of you have the confidence to win? The other monks were silent. Although they boasted that they would not lose to Xiao Yuanshan, they did not have full confidence to win. This battle was very important, so no one dared to take the risk. In the end, Su Zhu suggested that since they had the advantage, why did they not use it? Why did they have to fight them one-on-one? Xian Qing immediately agreed, and Xian Ci and the others also nodded. Finally, after the discussion was settled, Xian Ci said, The Xiao father and son have too much blood on their hands. They have also secretly learned our sect's kung fu. We cannot let them leave. If King Qi can stand by and do nothing, our previous grievances will be written off, and you can even win the friendship of our Shaolin temple. Song Qinshu had to admit that his proposal was somewhat attractive. The 1,000-year-old Shaolin temple had a great influence in the martial arts world. If they could get their help, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, he was not a 3-year-old child. What was the use of an illusory promise of friendship? He was very clear that the fundamental conflict between the two sides could not be resolved. The Shaolin Temple needed to find a strong person who could unite the world. By then, they could also become the national religion, and their benefits would be greatly expanded. Now, their power was still very weak compared to the whole world, so naturally, it was not in their plans. Now, all the signs showed that the Shaolin Temple was most likely to unite the world with the Mongols. In fact, this was understandable. In history, whether it was the Zen sect, the Chuanjian sect, or the various sects in the West, they all tried their best to preach to the Mongol Khan. This was because once the Mongol Khan believed in a certain sect, the status of that sect would become very high. Temples could be opened everywhere in the world, and all kinds of rewards, land, and offerings from believers were endless. However, after a long battle between the Zen sect and the Chuanjian sect, in the end, the Tantric sect was favored by the Mongol Khan. Chapter 1478. Xian Ci indifferently replied, Whatever the Prince of Qi says, compared to preventing the Khitans from tormenting our Han people and giving justice to our fellow Wulin practitioners who have previously been harmed, what does a little criticism of our temple count for? The Khitans can't even protect themselves now. How can they still have the ability to torment our Han people? Song Qinshu rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but admire the ability of these monks to talk. No matter what they did, they would always be able to stand on the moral high ground. In this aspect, he was far from being able to do so. He had to learn more from them. Shut up, are you going to move aside or not? Xian Qing impatiently stepped forward. Song Qinshu's smile gradually disappeared and his voice became somewhat cold. What if I don't move aside? Humph. Xian Qing heavily struck his staff on the ground. The other monks in the temple all took 2 steps forward, vaguely surrounding Song Qingshu. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, Xiao Feng couldn't help but step forward and say, "Brother Song, I appreciate your good intentions, but there is no need for you to risk your life for me. I am already extremely grateful that you rescued Azu and Z from this place." He had seen Song Qingshu fight before, so he knew that even if Song Qingshu's martial arts were higher than his, there was still a limit. Now, there were so many martial arts masters present, and they were obviously going to attack him together. No matter how high a person's martial arts was, how could he deal with so many people? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Brother Xiao is indeed an indomitable hero. If it was someone else, they would be afraid that I would leave them, but Brother Xiao is still thinking for me. Just based on this friendship, Song Mao definitely won't leave you behind today. Good. Xiao Yuanshan laughed. Feng you have made a good friend. Although there are many friends in this world, there are very few that can be considered as life and death friend. Even if I die today, I will die without regret. Greetings, Senior Xiao. Even though Song Qingshu cursed Xiao Yuanshan's mental state, he was still Xiao Feng's father, and he was of the same generation as Xiao Feng, so it was only right for him to address him respectfully. Xiao Yuanshan suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Little brother, in a moment, I will do my best to stop these bald donkeys. At that time, you can take Feng and leave." "Father!" Xiao Feng panicked. Xiao Yuanshan interrupted him. "Feng I have lived for so many years, I have already lived enough. You are still young, your future is brighter than mine, live well from now on." Xiao Feng still wanted to say something, but Xiao Yuanshan glared at him fiercely. "Don't tell me you want us to stay here and die together? It's fine if it's you and I, but little brother Song is so loyal. How can we let him fall into danger? Besides, you still have to stay alive so that old dog Murong can avenge your mother. How can you die?" "Yes." Xiao Feng couldn't help but tear up. Song Qingshu could not help but cough when he saw how the father and son looked like they were going to die. Actually, none of you need to die." "Ah." Xiao Feng and his son looked at him with puzzled expressions. After all, the two of them were top-notch experts. They were very clear about the difference in strength between the two sides. They had no chance against so many monks of the Shaolin sect. Song Qingshu did not explain much and directly took a step forward. Although he was only one person, it was like a magnificent army blocking in front of the Shaolin sect monks. Xian Cheng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly snorted. "Surname Song, you don't need to bluff. Compared to the Golden Snake meeting, there are so many Jianghu people who can provide their hands with sharp sword. None of us here use swords. Let's see how you can use the 10,000 returning sword." When they witnessed the battle between him and Ah Qing during the Golden Snake meeting, the scene of sword chi that covered the sky had left an indelible impression on everyone present, and even with Xian Cheng's conceit, he couldn't help but feel fearful. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "Who said that the 10,000 returning swords must need a sword?" As soon as these words came out, the Shaolin sect monks were startled, their hearts filled with fear. At this moment, Song Qingshu moved. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Kong Wan. Among the monks present, Xianqing, Fang Zheng, Su Zhu, Xian Ci, as well as Kong Wan and Kong Ji had the highest level of martial arts. Kong Ji had just been injured by Xiao Yuanshan's formless finger of tribulation, and now he no longer had the strength to fight. Among the others, Xianqing, Fang Zheng, Su Zhu, and Xian Ci were all super-class masters in Jianghu. Song Qingshu was not sure that he could kill them instantly. Although Kong Wan was ranked second among the 4 great divine monks of Shaolin, among the 4 great divine monks, except for Kong Jian, who was unfathomable, the other 3 were weaker, so Song Qingshu made them his first targets. Kong Wen's vision blurred, and he found that Song Qingshu had already attacked with his palm. Instead of being surprised, he was happy. It should be known that among the 4 great divine monks, Kong Jian's Vajra indestructible divine skill ranked first, Kong Xing's Vajra force ranked first, Kong Ji's Vajra force ranked first, and Kong Wen's inner force ranked first. He had heard that Song Qingshu's movements were treacherous and his swordsmanship was divine. He was worried that he would suffer a loss in terms of move. Now that he had given up on fancy skills and wanted to fight with palm strength, which happened to be his strong point, how could he not be happy? Kong Wen thought that even if his inner force could not beat him, he could at least hold him for a moment. As long as he held him for a moment, his companions would immediately arrive. In the face of all kinds of attacks, no matter how high Song Qingshu's kung fu was, he could only die on the spot. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash. He had already instinctively raised his hand and used all the inner force in his body to meet the attack. When the two palms met, he felt as if he had hit nothing but air. He could not feel the opponent's inner force at all. Not good. Kong Wen was, after all, a famous expert in Jianghu. He instantly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just when he had used up all his strength and had yet to generate a new one, the opponent's palm force had already surged toward him like an avalanche. In just a moment, Kong Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Song Qingshu did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he instantly disappeared from his original spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, a turbulent and vigorous palm force bombarded him, creating a large pit in the place where he had been standing. It turned out that when Xian Qing saw Song Qingshu attack Kong Wen, he immediately used the Prajna palm to save him. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. After avoiding Xian Qing's attack, Song Qingshu did not look relaxed at all. He felt a sharp saber qi appear beside him. The timing and angle of this saber qi were perfect, blocking all his escape routes. It seemed easy to seriously injure Kong Wen with one move, but after all, Kong Wen's inner force could compete for the top 3 in Shaolin Temple. Song Qingshu had only used the characteristics of the 18 dragon subduing palms to seriously injure Kong Wen with one move. However, he had changed his inner force in a flash. Even with his cultivation, his qi and blood were a little turbulent. Therefore, he did not dare to take the enemy's attack head-on. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and used the so close, yet worlds apart kung fu. In an instant, he appeared 10 feet away. A nearby tree was cut in half by the sharp saber qi. The cut was extremely black, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The wood-burning saber technique. It turns out to be Shuzhu. Song Qingshu snorted secretly. Just as he was about to counterattack, the sky full of palm shadows blocked his way forward. It turned out to be Master Fangjing's Thousand Hands Buddha palm. One must know that his Thousand Hands Buddha palm was an existence that could suppress Ren Wuxing. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly focused his mind to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several moves. The sky full of palm shadows dazzled his eyes. Song Qingshu could not help but admire Zhang Sanfeng. Previously, when facing Master Fangjing's Thousand Hands Buddha palm, he even waited for it to be used to the extreme before attacking. However, as soon as he attacked, he locked the opponent's palms and turned the sky full of palm shadows into nothingness. Song Qingshu knew that he could not do it. Although his cultivation was high, he could not compare to Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of experience. However, he also had his own way. He used the advantage of his lightness skill to instantly avoid the Thousand Hands Buddha palm's frontal attack, and circled around to attack his opponent's back. He respected Master Fangjing's character, so he did not use too much force and only planned to seal his opponent's acupoint. The solitary Yang Finger's acupoint sealing technique was unparalleled in the world. Unless it was an expert from the Duan family, it would be difficult to unseal it in a short period of time. However, Fangjing was obviously on guard against his lightness skill. When he felt a strong wind coming from his back, his whole body flipped forward. It was unknown what kind of Shaolin lightness skill he used, but he instantly turned around. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked, but thinking that if he suddenly turned around, it would be too late for him to use the thousand hands Buddha palm. Just as he was about to point his finger at Fangjing, he suddenly felt alarmed and hurriedly withdrew his strength to defend himself. Roar! A roar that sounded like a great bell rang out. Waves of sound waves that were visible to the naked eye hit Song Qingshu's body, causing the blood in Song Qingshu's heart to churn. Vajra Zen Lion's Roar. Song Qingshu recalled that in the original work, Master Fangjing roared at the 6 immortals of the Peach Valley and stunned all 6 of them at the same time. Even Taoist Chong Su felt dizzy and almost fell down, which showed how powerful it was. In that split second, Xian Ci had already struck out with a Vajra palm from afar. Song Qingshu knew how powerful the Vajra palm was. Back then, Zhao Min had been struck by the aftershock of this palm and had almost died. He suppressed the annoyance in his heart after being hit by the lion's roar of the Vajradhyana and moved away by 1 foot. At this time, both Xian Qing and Xuzhu had arrived, and Fangjing had also recovered and joined the battle. Being besieged by 4 masters, Song Qingshu suddenly felt the pressure doubled. He could not help but feel a little regretful. Just now, he had been too soft-hearted and hesitated to attack Master Fangjing. He had forgotten that Master Fangjing was also a top master. Even if he attacked with all his strength, Master Fangjing must have a way to protect himself. If he had subdued Fangjing just now, the current situation would be many times better. However, it was useless to regret at this time. He hurriedly braced himself to deal with everyone's joint attack. The wind of palms swept across the field and yellow sand filled the sky. Those with lower martial arts could not see the situation clearly at all. They could only faintly hear the sounds of fists and palms colliding, as well as shouts from time to time. This battle was different from Zhang Sanfeng's 1 against 3 in the woods. At that time, it was nominally Zhang Sanfeng against Xian Qing, Xuzhu, and Fangjing. However, the 3 of them wanted to save face, so they only took turns to fight. They did not have the nerve to attack all at once. Moreover, the 2 sides only exchanged superficial moves. After each move, they would not attack again, and then let their companions attack. At that time, neither Zhang Sanfeng nor the 3 Shaolin monks had used their full strength. Now, the monks of the Shaolin Temple were afraid of Song Qingshu's reputation, so they had used their full strength from the start. In addition, they were besieged by 4 top masters at the same time. This caused Song Qingshu to be able to attack someone's weakness and seriously injure his opponent. However, he was forced to defend himself by the attacks of the others. Moreover, they were all from the same Shaolin Temple, so they knew each other's martial arts very well. They could completely attack without restraint, and the flaws in their bodies could be made up for by their companions at any time. Now, the pressure that Song Qingshu was facing was many times greater than what Zhang Sanfeng had faced in the past. Naturally, he could not resolve the crisis with ease like Zhang Sanfeng. The other senior monks of the Xian generation and Kong generation of the Shaolin Temple looked at each other. Several of them could not help but try to help Song Qingshu, taking advantage of the situation to completely subdue him. Who would have thought that as soon as they approached, they would scream and vomit blood? It turned out that the area around the battle formed by the 5 people in the field was filled with fierce sword chi, blade intent, palm wind, and fist aura. The people outside were not strong enough, so the moment they touched it, they would suffer a backlash. Chapter 1479. Zhao Min, who was on a tree not far away, exclaimed. She had been taking pleasure in Xian Ci's misfortune as a spectator, but now she could not help but worry. After all, she had seen the martial arts of these monks before, and the experts under the Ruyang mansion had fought with them many times. Will it be dangerous for him to fight so many experts alone? Zhao Min's heart leaped to her throat, but she quickly recalled that he had single-handedly killed more than a dozen top-notch experts of the Isle of Heroes in a near-miraculous manner back in the dilapidated temple. She somewhat calmed down. But these stinky monks are experts who have been in Jianghu for dozens of years. The fighting experience of the Island of Heroes' top experts is on a completely different level. Zhao Min recalled Song Qingshu's evaluation of the Island of Heroes' top experts, and for a moment, she felt conflicted. At this time, Xiao Yuanshan, who was on the other side, was also shocked. Feng your friend's martial arts are so high, it's really shocking. He can actually fight against the attacks of 4 super experts alone. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly. Father, quickly go and help him. If something happens to him, how can we feel guilty? Don't worry, we Khitan people are indomitable. How can we let our friend take the risk alone? Xiao Yuanshan patted his shoulder and laughed loudly. Little brother, let me help you. After saying that, he waved his long whip and lashed at the battlefield. Compared to the other Shaolin disciples who were not strong enough, he naturally had the right to join the battle. However, it was a mess inside, and the power of the 5 top experts spread everywhere. He did not dare to rush over rashly, so he only used his long whip to wrap around Xian Ci from afar, trying to bring him out of the battle. Old man Xian Ci, your opponent is me. It's time to settle the old score from 30 years ago. Xiao Yuanshan's face was fierce, and he said angrily. Ba, very good indeed. Xian Ci took the opportunity to jump out of the battle group. We have wronged you in the past, but Layman Xiao has been stirring up trouble in Jianghu these years, and he has harmed the innocent. Today, I will do justice on behalf of heaven. Xiao Yuanshan was so angry that he laughed. Such shameless boasting. You're just a defeated opponent. Where does your confidence come from? As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. The battle that year made me feel guilty and compassionate, and I inadvertently conformed to the origin of our temple's martial arts. In the past 30 years, my martial arts have improved rapidly. Xian Ci glanced at Xiao Yuanshan and couldn't help but sigh. On the contrary, after the battle that year, Master Zhao's eyes were blinded by hatred. His heart was filled with all kinds of evil and ruthlessness, causing his martial arts to not improve qualitatively in the past 30 years. Xiao Yuanshan was secretly shocked, but he didn't admit defeat. Even if my martial arts didn't improve, it's still more than enough to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his long whip and attacked Xian Ci with unparalleled power. Xian Xian said lightly. Xian Master, Xian Fu's XSCI, and XT in Xian Ci did not dare to be careless. She activated the cassock demon subduing technique, and the cassock on her body swelled up. While defending against the whip, she counterattacked with the Great Guardian King Kong Palm. The Great Guardian King Kong Palm's greatest characteristic was that it could cut through space. Xian Ci was able to fight back and forth with Xiao Yuanshan's whip, and was not at a disadvantage. Although these people could not be considered top-notch experts, they were still first-rate experts in Jianghu. Although their numbers could not be compared to the experts of Virtuous Gathering Village, their quality was obviously higher. Even if Xiao Feng was in his normal state, it would be difficult for him to deal with them, not to mention now that he was heavily injured. Fortunately, there was Azu and Azi to help him. However, the 2 girls' martial arts were too low, and could not even compare to a Shaolin expert. If Azi had not learned a vicious hidden weapon technique from Xingxiu sect, she would have been captured long ago. Seeing that Xiao Feng was in danger from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Yuanshan roared angrily, and the whip in his hand immediately swept towards the few people who were surrounding him. Although those people's martial arts were not bad, how could they be Xiao Yuanshan's opponent? With just a touch, their skin and flesh were lacerated, and they screamed in pain. The pressure around Xiao Feng instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Xian Ci's hair and beard stood on end. Roaring the name of Buddha, she rushed over. Xiao Yuanshan could not retract his whip, and could only use one hand to engage in close combat. On one hand, Xiao Yuanshan had to use the whip to help Xiao Feng resolve the dangerous situation, and on the other hand, he had to face Xian Xi's attack. After all, Xian Xi was one of Shaolin's top experts, causing Xiao Yuanshan to instantly be in an extremely difficult situation. If not for his extraordinary talent and decades of martial arts cultivation, he might have already been surrounded by danger. On the other hand, Zhao Min, who was watching from a distance, was extremely anxious. Xiao Feng and his son were like a small boat in a raging sea, and they could be drowned by the huge waves at any time. On the other hand, Song Qingshu and a few other experts were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Once the other Shaolin people subdued Xiao Feng and his son, and then went to help, wouldn't Song Qingshu be in danger? Zhao Min gritted her teeth, and in the end, with a delicate shout, she rushed over. She wanted to buy time for Song Qingshu. At least she could not let Xiao Feng and his son be captured before the outcome of the battle was decided. When the Shaolin monks saw that a person had suddenly appeared, they were shocked in their hearts. However, when they saw that it was only a delicate and beautiful young girl, they heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, what they were most afraid of the most was the appearance of a few more top experts. Although Zhao Min could not be considered a grandmaster-level expert, her martial arts was still much higher than Azu and Aziz. After knocking down a few of the monks beside them, she did not have time to care about them, and immediately ran to Xiao Feng's side to help him block the attacks of a few senior monks. Countess! Xiao Feng was both surprised and delighted. Why are you here? Zhao Min could not help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, Xiao Feng is usually a smart lad, so why did he suddenly ask such a silly question? Recently, I have been asked about the unusual movements of the troops of the Song and Jin kingdoms, so I brought the experts of the Ruyang Palace here to investigate. Zhao Min deliberately emphasized the words, the experts of the Ruyang Palace. The experts of the Ruyang Palace have also come? Xiao Feng was overjoyed. He had dealt with the people of the Ruyang Palace before, so he knew that they were all first-class experts. When the Shaolin monks heard this, they were greatly shocked. Even Xian Cheng, Fang Jing, and the others could not help but look over. It should be known that the Shaolin Temple had almost been wiped out by the Ruyang Palace in one fell swoop, and even now, they still had some lingering fear. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Of course, he knew that there were no experts from the Ruyang Palace. Zhao Min was indeed smart. She thought of this method in an instant to disturb the minds of the Shaolin monk. In fact, the main reason why he was able to fight 1 against 4, and now he was fighting 1 against 3 super experts was because of his speed. There was nothing in the world that could not be overcome by speed. It should be known that in the battle of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer at Blackwood Cliff, Dongfang Bubi had fought 1 against 5, including experts like Ren Wuxing, Ling Huchong, and Xiang Wentian, but he had still been able to deal with them with ease. This was all because of his speed. Now, with his extraordinary speed, he could also deal with the encirclement of several experts with ease. However, the quality of these experts' martial arts was much higher than that of Ling Huchong's team. Now, even the weakest of the 3, Xian Cheng, Su Zhu, and Fang Jing, were slightly qualified to fight against Wuxing. In addition, their martial arts came from the same school, and their minds were connected. Their combined power was far greater than that of Ren Wuxing, Ling Huchong, and the others. But even so, Song Qingshu was still confident that he could seriously injure one of them. However, he had always been worried that even if he could seriously injure one of them, the other 2 would definitely take advantage of that moment and cause him to be seriously injured. Now that Shaolin had the advantage of numbers, if he was injured, it would be very difficult for him to safely bring Zhao Min, Xiao Feng, and the others away. Therefore, the 4 of them had reached a delicate balance when they fought together. Song Qingshu had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to seriously injure one of them without being seriously injured by the other two. Unfortunately, the three of them were cooperating very closely, so he had not found a chance. Elder Xiao, I will help King Xiao here. Don't be distracted. Focus on dealing with Xian Ci. Zhao Min said quickly. At the same time, she added in her heart, it's best to quickly deal with Xian Ci and then come help us. Xiao Yuanshan originally had some doubts in his heart, but when he saw her exquisite swordsmanship, especially her magical footwork, he couldn't help but be excited. Okay. He immediately gave up on the long whip and directly used his palms to meet Xian Ci's, instantly turning the situation around. After all, Zhao Min's martial arts were the best of the 6 major sections. The biggest difference between her and a first-rate master was her lack of internal energy. If it was before, she would probably not be able to last more than a few moves against so many Shaolin monks. But coincidentally, she had just learned the leaving no trace on the sand from Song Qingshu. This was one of the best lightness skills in the world. It just happened to make use of the advantages of her exquisite moves, and avoided the weakness of her lack of internal energy. Because she was fast enough to attack and dodge. Seeing Zhao Min's divine bravery, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel heroic again. He thought in his heart, as a dignified and upright man, how could he be defeated by a woman? At this moment, it was as if he had activated a violent halo. His combat ability suddenly returned to the level before he was injured, and he beat the Shaolin monks until their faces were covered in dirt and they screamed in pain. Xiao Yuanshan's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. He had to admit that although his martial arts hadn't improved in the past 30 years, he had become more and more skilled and ruthless. His control of techniques was impeccable. Especially the father and son, it was as if they were born with the halo of the god of war. They actually became braver and braver in an absolutely disadvantageous situation. He couldn't help but think of the bloody scene outside Yanmen past 30 years ago. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. A faint trace of fear rose in his heart. In another 200 or 300 moves, he might be controlled. But this wasn't what Xian Ci was most worried about. What he was most worried about was the master of the Ruyang Palace mentioned by Zhao Min. He didn't know where they were hiding. If the Ruyang Palace took advantage of the fight between the two sides, they would repeat the humiliation of being trapped in the Wan'an Temple. If that happened, he, the abbot, would really become a sinner for all eternity. Seeing Zhao Min dancing like a beautiful swan, he knew that it would be difficult for those senior and junior brothers to subdue him in a short time. Xian Ci made a prompt decision and hurriedly shouted, "Set up the Luohan formation. Let's end this quickly." The group of monks was startled and reacted in an instant. Their shadows overlapped each other and began to move, no longer fighting aimlessly on their own like before. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.